Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. Brian did a share and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting and so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment working for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa. Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
On the 1st of May, as I tried to stop the bulldozer going here, I was punched and kicked. So I was physically abused.
Continuously, issues of land grabbing and other bigger issues around who owns what or not when it comes to lands are big issues here in Ghana. We are at the airport residential area. I'm here to speak with the son of the owner of a property that has recently come into the news because some persons have been trying to reclaim this land under the pretext that they are the original owners. My name is Eche Atisu and this is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We speak with Richard Ishen. Hi, Mr. Richard.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for coming.
Thanks as well for having us. I hope you're doing well.
We are hanging in there.
Okay. All right. So we want to just delve right into the conversation. We would like to take a walk onto your property while we do that. So first of all, I want to understand who owns this property?
This property was acquired by my father, who died 2 years ago, Isaac Eshen, from a company he worked with called Pioneer Tobacco Company.
Okay.
Our family has been on this land continuously for about 50 years.
50?
Yes.
Okay. And you have lived here all your life, would you say?
No, while I was outside the country, I wasn't here. But I have lived here by myself for the last 16 years.
16?
Yes, 16
Okay.
years.
All right.
But
Now,
my parents that were here before me.
okay. Now, I'd like to just understand exactly what your father did. You tell me your father is late?
Yes, October 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what did your father do?
For a living?
Yes.
He, at the very end of his career at Pioneer Tobacco, he was a director of the company, an executive director, focusing on public relations and matters like that.
Okay. All right. And so your father acquired this land. You grew up on this property. Is that it?
Not accurate. I wasn't here for most of that time.
Okay.
But the whole rest of the family grew up on this property. And they have lived here continuously for that period of time.
Okay. So this is in a prime area, like we mentioned. This is airport residential area. How big or not is this land?
This plot is about 1.4 acres.
Okay. All right. Now let's now get into the issues of what's happening now. What happened to your building as we see it? It's completely to the ground now.
Yeah.
What is the issue surrounding this property and this land in particular?
Okay. I want to start off by saying that there is no confusion at the Lands Commission as to who owns this property. However, somebody went to a court in Tema
Okay.
and met a judge in Tema who gave them the right to possess this property as a default judgment. We were not informed, and I think that was deliberate. We were not informed of the case in Tema because that's the plan, that we don't know, so they can get the default judgment from that judge and then use it as a sledgehammer to abuse the rightful owners of this land. I don't know if you are curious about the story they tell in their documents to the court in Tema.
What does that say?
Okay. They claim that 40 years ago, in 1983, a man called Maxwell in Tim bought this property from my father. At a meeting with at the police station, the police headquarters, they were asked, do you know who this Mr. Tim is? Do you know where he is? Do you know if he's alive or dead? They said no, they have no idea who that is.
But do you know any Michael in Tim?
No, there is probably no such person. They claim that in 1995, an uncle of theirs, who is sometimes represented as in the U.S. or sometimes in Canada, called Coomson, bought this property from Maxwell and Tim. Mr. Coomson never met my father or did anything with my father, but he bought it from somebody who claimed to have bought it from my father 40 years ago. And it is on the basis of that. Oh, of course, they lied in their documents that are saying that they live here and they've lived here all this time. That is not true either. So it was on basis of that that the judge in Tema decided that they had a right to possess this property.
Now let's just situate this properly, because we are within the Accra area and you're speaking about a court from Tema.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
I am not aware of exactly how it works. I'm not a lawyer, but I would have thought that an Accra court would have some jurisdiction over this property. I don't know how it works. I don't know whether you can get up from airport and go and file a case in Koforidua and claim that, well, I don't know how that works.
I see. Now, so exactly when did these persons get onto your property, this property, and then cause this devastation? Was it just in one day?
Okay. The original appearance here with the bailiff from the court in Tema was on March the 23rd, the 24th of March this year, 2023. Between that day and the end of April, they came here on numerous occasions, more than 5 times, to do damage.
This is between what period?
After the 24th of March this year and before the 1st of May. The 1st of May is when they brought the bulldozer to bulldoze this whole house while all our properties and records were in the building. I don't know what the purpose of that was, but clearly an attempt to cause maximum damage or intimidate us.
Richard, I just want to find out, how did a bulldozer get onto your property when there was a gate at the entrance?
Okay, the first thing that happens every time we get in trouble here is this. We had hired a couple of people to secure this property after being attacked repeatedly. On the morning of the 1st of May, a number of police officers from the regional police, CTU, arrived here.
Counter-terrorism unit? That's CTU?
I don't know what CTU means. Their claim was this, that they had been told that this place had numerous 30 or so land guards causing trouble here, and they were here to arrest them. They walked through the property and didn't see a single person except 2 of my carpenters helping me put up doors that they had broken. As the police officers left, they opened the door and these people rushed in. The group that came on the 1st of May was involved about 30 land guards on motorcycles, including other people in cars. There were numerous, over 50 people on this property doing this damage. And it was only after about an hour or so of the damage that the bulldozer arrived to do the last few things. What you have to understand about these people is that they're thieves. They steal things. In the time since the 2nd of March, they have stolen money, thousands of dollars. They've stolen laptops. They've stolen everything of value in this house was stolen by these criminals. So it is not simply somebody trying to acquire, well, they don't own this land. There appears to be this cabal of land snatchers that can get judgments on your blind side and use that as a sledgehammer to try and force you to give them the property. We don't intend to go anywhere. Lands Commission records will show that we have a lease on this property, and they have recently extended that lease for another 50 years.
So the initial lease was supposed to end when?
The one that last one my father got ends in 2028. Okay. But you can go to the Lands Commission and give the balance back and get a fresh lease, which is what we've done, and we've gotten a written documentation from the Lands Commission that they have accepted our request to do that and agreed to give us the extension. But before that, we still had a lease that expired in 2028, that is 5 years from now. One of the things that is interesting to note is the impunity with which these guys operate. Okay. On the day they were here using a bulldozer to break this, there were police officers here.
Uniformed men?
Yes. We had gone to the airport police to report what was going on here. They sent with us 4 armed, a patrol team with 4 officers armed. Those officers were here as I begged them to stop these guys from bringing the bulldozer in and doing this damage. They were on their phones talking to somebody who probably told them, no, leave them alone, let them do what they want to do. In any case, having 4 armed airport police officers did nothing probably even encouraged these people because they could see that the police were on their side or whatever that means. In any case, there have been numerous cases where we've arrested, people, some of them have been arrested here, taken to the airport police station and just released.
Is this before all of this chaos started this year?
All of this is after they came here on the 24th of March saying the property was now theirs.
So it's been a continuous thing
for the last month or 6 weeks or so. Yes, we have been under tremendous abuse and the police have done nothing. We go there, we've paid what we needed to pay, and that didn't help anything. As we stand here, if something happens here, we can't call the police because they're not going to do anything. They either don't care or whatever else it is, but they have never done anything to help protect us in this property.
You mentioned that you've undergone abuse. Have you personally been?
I have, on the 1st of May, as I tried to stop the bulldozer going here, I was punched and kicked. So I was physically abused.
Who actually did that?
Well, there were about a total of about 30 land guards plus other people here. But what is really important is that there were police officers standing a few feet from me as I was kicked and punched. And I told them, you see what's going on? They did nothing about that. I don't understand how even assault. I'm 68 years old. I'm not a young man. But being assaulted in my own house, and the police stood there and did nothing. So there has been a lot of violence in this place. And everything you have to do without the police because they're useless.
We'll get back to this conversation. I think that we're getting deeper into it, but let's just take a quick break. When we return, we'll get back to the conversation with Richard here at the airport residential area.
People got sending me sika from Lebanon Finance. While Brian did the shit.
We're still here with a 68-year-old Richard Ishen. He's the son of a property owner here at the airport residential area. Richard, before we went on that break, you spoke about the things you had done. Interestingly, you had even gone ahead to make certain efforts to get the police on your side. Can you give us more details into that?
Yeah. On one particular, very often when the police came here, the people had done damage and left. On one particular instance, they were able to arrest a total of about 8 people on the property during this damage. We were all taken to the airport police station where I gave my statement. So I was the complainant.
Okay.
They were interviewed and statements were taken from them. The police did nothing with that information. More interesting is that even as a complainant, we were asked to pay money, a lot of money.
When you say a lot, can we put a number to it?
30,000 Ghana cedis.
So you paid this to who?
By that you mean, whose hand did I put it in?
Well, did you give this to the police?
Yes, to the police.
Was there any official documentation to show that you were paying this amount for such and such?
No.
But what was the money for?
The understanding me and my lawyer had was that to prosecute the case or to do whatever had to be done, we needed to make that contribution. However, having made that contribution, we left the police station only to find out that the people who were released that same night, maybe they made a bigger contribution. I don't know.
Well, you call this contribution more or less a mild way of calling this. Was this some form of a bribe? Was a contribution? How is that contribution to what cause?
Was it a bribe? Let me talk about bribe. When I say I paid a bribe, I'm trying to get somebody to do something that they're not supposed to do. We were asked to pay the money. I think we were extorted. I think it was extortion.
Okay.
because if we didn't pay, clearly the criminals were going to walk. But we paid it, and the criminals walked.
That means even the money was paid,
Yes.
yet nothing was done.
That is correct. We can only speculate to see if, ask whether they paid more or whether there were powerful people involved in that. But we've heard stories that there are powerful people, some in Flagstaff House, who are interested in this plot. This is a juicy plot. It's in a very good part of town. It's a corner lot. Right next door is Enterprise Insurance. I wasn't here, but I was told that they had inquired in the past about acquiring this property or expanding into this property.
You're referring to Enterprise?
Enterprise Insurance. That's
Okay.
the guest house right next
Okay.
there. We've heard names of other senior people in Flagstaff House who they say are the guy. The face of this side is the face of this fight is a guy called Anani Daniels, who is an illiterate. The people behind him are very, very powerful because they can make phone calls and stop the police from doing anything.
Who is this Anane guy you mentioned?
He's a guy who claims to have the power of attorney for his uncle, who nobody asked about, who was in Canada before and is in the U.S. and is in Canada. The guy who supposedly bought this property from another man in 1995. So Anani Daniels is has a local power of attorney, and it is with that he's working. He works with a very guy who I have heard may be a police officer whose name is Kweku Adi. And these guys are the team with their powerful friends that we've had to confront all this time.
This sounds like a cabal or group of persons who you create an impression are trying to take over this property. Is that what it seems like? And I want to understand why you're so convinced that some of the people who are behind this might be high up in political circles.
I believe that there is a cabal of land snatchers in Accra now. I believe that everybody knows that this property does not belong to Anani Daniels. Anani Daniels himself does not claim that he bought this himself. He says his uncle in the U.S. In all our meetings with police, I have never heard anybody asking, what is your uncle's phone number, or who is this guy who you say owns it, who sends you on this mission to destroy? Several people have indicated to us that they know people in the highest places in government who have an interest in this property. In fact, after this property was destroyed, some people arrived here for a visit, a walkthrough, and though you can't be sure what they say, they indicated that they were from Flagstaff House. That's what they told me. Okay. They may have been lying, but that is what they told me. I think that they're representatives of the real people behind this fight that we have on our hands.
Now the case is in court, is that right?
In many ways, right. The judge in Tema affirmed his decision to give this piece of land to Anani Daniels and his friends. We have served notice, and that was last Friday, which was the 5th, 6th, 7th, the 5th of May.
Okay.
On that same day, we filed notice of an appeal, and we also filed for a stay of execution until the appeal is heard. But we're expecting them any day now. They come here whenever they feel like, and there's no policeman to call when there is. The funny thing I think I want to put on record is this. In many, many cases, the police have come ahead of Anani Daniels to clear the way for him. I have a licensed shotgun, and I informed the police of that. They came here and took my weapon from me. That same night was the most brutal attack from these guys where they pulled the roof off, etc. If I had my weapon, I don't think they would have come in here. Well, not with that kind of attitude that they came in here. So, but the police to today still have my weapon. That weapon is a fully registered weapon from Nima Police Station. And if they want to know if it's legal, they can just call their friends at Nima Police Station. But they are keeping my weapon, as of today, for over a month. And I believe that is part of the way they try to make it easy for these cabal and these criminals to do what they have to do.
You mentioned earlier that you now live here for about 16 years?
Yes, that's correct.
Now that the place has been brought down, it's completely destroyed.
That is correct.
I see workers around. How are you still living on this property?
I am here most of the day, but I don't sleep here.
Okay. So what's the way forward now? Workers are around. I see they're trying to. Is it salvage? Are you trying to rebuild? What exactly are you trying to do?
At this stage, it's more of a salvage effort. We need to remove the roofing so that the bulldozer can remove the things and put it there on the other side. So at this stage, it's more of a salvage. The reason we have to do it is that they broke the house with all our property in it. So looking for even our IDs and wallets and stuff has been a week-long project. Every day we find something that is important that we needed. They intended to do as much damage as possible.
All right. Now, there's no trust in the police. You have suspicions of people high up in political circles. What is the next step? What are you trying to do? I mean, what are you doing actually to ensure that this property continues to stay in your name? Just like you've mentioned, the Lands Commission has records that this land is even in your family's name for another 50 years after 2028. What's the way forward?
We have naively attempted to think that the courts will sort this out. And we are still in the court and taking every step. But everybody I meet tells me that everybody you're talking to knows the land doesn't belong to these people, and that maybe you should see if you can get some powerful friends of your own. So well, this sort of thing helps because it tells people the story. And if there are any powerful men out there who want to do something noble, they can come in here and help us with this fight, because this is not it is sad to think that in Ghana in this day and age it doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. People will use brute force, and the police cannot help you in that struggle.
All right. Now your father is late.
Yeah.
Do you mind me asking where your mother is?
My mother passed about,
Okay, before your dad?
yes, about 8 years before my dad. Yeah,
Okay.
and she died in this house. Yes.
All right. So, and you have siblings?
I have 2 sisters and 1 brother.
Okay. All right. So now that it appears, are you returning to court anytime soon?
Sometime this month we are returning to court, but we're also intending to take a little on the offensive. For all this property damage, Anani Daniels and Kweku Adi, etc., need to be held accountable. So I'm meeting with my lawyers to see if we can file like a 10 million CD lawsuit almost immediately, challenging their right. First of all, we are claiming that these are fraudsters, and everything they claim is based on that fraud. And I think that some court should have a chance to decide whether they should pay for the damage that they've done here and all the things that they've stolen here.
Mr. Shen, thank you very much for speaking with us. It was a short notice, but you've been able to speak to us about the issue here. So that's been the issue here at this property here at the airport residential area. We've just spoken with Mr. Richard Shen, who is a son of the actual owner of this property.
Isaac Shen.
Isaac Eshen of blessed memory. Well, that's been it for Say It Loud here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atiso. Until another time, be safe.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply
It's like you need to assemble Legos, plastic Legos. We have Vex Robotics where you need to assemble something more or less like the Lego Mindstorm, which is plastics. By this time around, it's metals.
Hello and welcome to yet another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholimega. On this week's episode, we'll be delving into the automation of objects with my guest here, Eugene Moyan from the IoT Hub. Eugene, how are you? Good to see you again.
Same here.
The last time you came here, I had to learn a lot of things from you. We discussed about miniature objects. Today, we're going to be looking into the automation of objects. So basically, you have a STEM aid kit. So tell us exactly what the whole idea of this kit does.
All right. So when it comes to STEM, it's something that is trending in our country, Ghana, at the moment. So speaking about STEM, S stands for science, the T stands for technology, E for engineering and mathematics. But of late, when you look at something, art has been added to it. That has to do with making things nicer. So assuming I invent a phone and then maybe I use cardboard for it, no one's going to purchase it because of the art behind. So we need to use something that's quite lucrative and then attractive. So that when people buy, at least they can get some motivation about the art side. That's why we added art. So nowadays it's a STEAM education, not STEM education. We also have the STEM aid kit here. So the STEM aid means the STEM that I explained earlier on. The A for art, I for that's innovation, D for design, and the E for engineering.
Oh, so basically you've added aid to the STEM already.
Yes. And you know, aid too has some kind of impression, aid. So it's here to aid people, to help people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are some of the raw materials that are contained inside this kit?
So we have educational tools that has to help students with basic electronics. So we have sensors, those are input devices, we have output devices. So when you take this, you can create a couple of projects starting from the prototyping stage.
Okay. Yeah, so take us through all that salient step from the prototype to the final point.
All right, sure. So when it comes to our street here in Ghana, we have street lights available, right? And then some of the street lights, they are automated.
Okay.
So at night, you tend to see that, maybe around 6 p.m., the light just goes up by itself. That is automation. And it has to do with certain sensors. We have one called the LDR.
Okay.
The light dependent register. I think I don't have that one here.
Okay.
That one has to do with darkness.
Okay.
So you program it in such a way that whenever there is darkness, then it turns on the light. So looking at the ones on our streets, that's one thing you can use this kit for. We also have the street lights over here, where you can program this to obey certain things according to how you want it to work. So basically, this helps the kids to understand this is how the traffic light is being programmed to help. And we use the C++ language, which is a programming language.
Yeah. So notably, this is used mostly in schools, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So from your point of view and with the work that you've been doing for some time now, how have they been receiving this whole innovation?
Okay, so this is like a revolution, and it keeps increasing every time. So looking at the percentages now, it's already in the senior high schools, junior high schools, even the universities are adapting to this. So it's like it's having a major impact, and then people are correlating with this.
So we've already seen the emergence of AI. The last time we spoke about AI and how it wants to take people's jobs and all of that. I'm sure AI comes into this fold with this automation as well. So how are the students also, receiving the AI and all of that? Is it part of their curriculum, or the STEM aid kit adds that bit to it?
So we have other sections of robotics.
Okay.
So we have this. The STEM aid takes it from the angle of Arduino. So Arduino is like a version. Yeah.
Okay.
We also have Lego Mindstorm, where it's like you need to assemble Legos, plastic Legos. We have Vex Robotics, where you need to assemble something more or less like the Lego Mindstorm, which is plastics. But this time around, it's metals that you need to assemble. But we are doing with the Arduino. So the Arduino has an advantage over the others because it costs less, and then it has, let's say, a wider range of you being able to manipulate that into a real life. You can solve real life problems with the Arduino. But looking at the Lego, it's just limited, and there are certain things you can't do with a Lego Mindstorm and then the other form of robotics.
Okay. So before we come to the demonstration properly, just give us a brief on where you see STEM and with this STEM aid. How far do you think this can go, especially in our senior high schools and in our universities as well?
All right, so this can go as far as all the STEM related jobs can go. So looking at the modern days, we have doctors in the system. The last time I came here, I spoke about we having a robot that can perform surgeries and then the other things.
Yes, you mentioned.
So these have to do with the things in this kit. So as a human being, we have something like motors in our systems. Your hand has motors, those are output devices. We have something here called a servo motor that can help robots to move just like the same way the way your neck moves.
Okay.
So this one can move 180 degrees. So with this in our educational system, it's going to push the students ahead and challenge them to do certain things in the field of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
So before we go on a break, and then we'll get into the demonstration proper.
All right.
How effective is this, and should should we rely on these machines every single time? Because, you know, there's always the argument that, I mean, the machines can't always do all the job. Human beings have to be behind the machines and then program them.
All right. So when it comes to this, I would say in the sense of coding, it is, you can trust it 100% because it's all about code. Whatever you tell the machine to do, that's what it does. But in the sense of kinematics, where there's motion, friction and then other things can cause the wear and tear of the machines. So that can become a problem in the sector of the STEM education. So I don't think we should trust it that much. It should be like 80-20.
Okay. Yeah, so Eugene, we'll go on a break and then we'll come and learn how to program the machine proper, and then we'll see how it will interact with us.
Sure.
I've been speaking with Eugene Moyan, and he's a robotics engineer with the IoT Hub, and we've been learning about how to automate objects and bring them to life. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with Eugene Moyan from the IoT Hub, and he's also a robotics engineer, and we've been learning about the STEM aid kit, which is assisting many young people especially to be able to automate objects and then bring them back to life. Eugene, I've been learning quite a lot from you. You always have some very interesting things to share with us. Yeah, so before we go into the demonstration, I would like you to just take us through some of the items that we see here. I see all kinds of cables in red and blue. Yeah, so just briefly take us through that.
All right, so I'll start with positive and negative. Since in our society we have positive and the negative stuffs. When it comes to electronics, we have positive and negative. So positive has to do with the positive, the protons, and the negative has to do with electrons. That's the kind of charges that flow through the battery. So those are the forms that power every cable.
So can I take one?
Sure, you can.
Okay, all right.
So when it comes to the Arduino, we have color coding.
Color coding.
So with this, you can see brown here. Brown stands for ground. So the short form is GND. The reason why, the reason why it is ground or the color is brown is because the color of our floor is that's brown, and we have lumisoid that is black. We also have blue representing negative.
Also, there's some earth element to it as well.
We have red standing for positive, and then the orange one here has to do with signal. But I'd like to explain this one too. So these are the wires that we use in making connections. They are called jumper wires. And then we have types. So looking at this, we have pins at the end, starting from here to the other side. So this one we call it male to male jumper wire.
Is there a reason why the one I'm holding has a box and then this one has
So the one with the box or with no pin there, that is the female. So you can call this male to female.
Interesting name.
So that's the main concept behind the jumper wires. We have LEDs, light emitting diode. So this can be used for basic projects like design, the streets lights, and then the other things.
Now, what else do we have again?
The motion sensor. So this is basically for motion, just like the name goes.
So this is when your body, the movement, like your body accepts it, right? All right. And then what else do we have?
I think I spoke about the servo motor earlier on, but I'd like to touch on it again.
Please
do.
So
with this, there's this Vodafone advert where the kid made a smart door for his mom who was in a wheelchair, and they were able to control the door with a phone. They use this motor called the servo motor. The normal motors in our rooms can move, let's say, in air conditions and air fans, can move 360 degrees. But this one moves only up to 180 degrees.
So it's a shorter.
So you can use this in creating smart doors, smart dustbins, and a whole lot of projects.
But can you increase this from 180 to 360?
No.
So you would need a much bigger one.
But there is a technical side where you can open this and then fix it to 360 degrees.
All right. So just finally, before we go into the demonstration, what are some of the raw materials that are used to make these? I mean, I'm sure somebody's making these. Are you making them yourself, or it comes with the kit?
It comes with the kit.
All right. So what are some of the raw materials? I see plastic and cables and all of that. Are they sourced locally here?
No, they are not sourced locally here. But we can start if you want to, because some of them, looking at this like this is wood. You can use wood in making this.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the basic thing. We have woods and some natural resources here that we can use in making things like this.
Yeah, I was asking because particularly in the schools, sometimes they may not have all the raw materials, and that may, hamper on their progress and all. Yeah, so now let's get into it. You have a lot of things to show us. Some coding and then some other stuff. Okay. But before we go, what am I looking at right here?
Okay. So this is a basic circuit that I have built.
A basic circuit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking at this is called the Arduino board.
Arduino board.
Yes, so this is the brain. Looking at every human being, the main reason why we're able to work or act by ourselves is because we have a brain, right? So robots need brain before they can automate or they can work by themselves. So this is the brain of the system I've created right now. I've inputted a code so that it obeys
whatever that you
exactly. So when I put my hand there, it should sense within a certain meters that my hand is there, so it should turn on the light over here. Okay. So this is the ultrasonic sensor. It's basically used in detecting obstacles. So
obstacles?
Yes. So should I put my hand there, my hand becomes an obstacle. Okay. This can be used for security systems where when someone approaches your house, it just beeps or something.
Is that the same thing that people use for the doorbells and the cameras, the ringer and all those?
So we have an updated version of that one. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you can also, not just robots, you can use it for your own security as well.
Yes.
Okay.
I would even try that over here.
Okay.
So assuming you're in your room and then someone approaches your house, and this is the person approaching.
Oh,
see,
the light is on.
When I approach within a certain meters, the light came on.
So that's a signal it gives back to the person.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you just come close.
Okay. Can I try it?
Sure.
Okay. All right. But how come it's so is it accepts everyone else or specific people?
Everyone else. Because I said it detects obstacles. So first the thing is an obstacle, then it triggers the sensor. So sometimes you approach certain doors and then the door just opens by itself. It could be the use of the motion sensor or the ultrasonic sensor. Yeah,
like the one we have at the big buildings and stuff.
I would like to test with this. This is called the buzzer.
The buzzer.
It makes a sound when you connect electrical signals to it. So I'm going to test it with the same system.
Sure. So I see everything is happening on this board.
Yes. Okay. So this is called the breadboard.
Breadboard.
Yes. So I don't know what came into the scientist whoever made this. He went into the kitchen and then got the breadboard. The ladies, they have this kind of board in creating food when they are making food. We have the chopping board and the other things, but he chose the breadboard. I don't know why he chose that though. Then he inserted nails into it.
We'll have to find out from him why he decided to do that. But anyway.
He inserted nails into it and then connected a couple of wires around. So whenever he makes a mistake, he's able to uncoil it again. So the purpose of this is to prevent you soldering and then making a mistake.
Okay.
Just imagine this. This was done with soldering. So when you look at the back side, you can see some metals.
Yeah, the metals,
This is soldering. So just imagine you are done doing this and you realize you made a mistake. So this is here to make works easier and then
to correct it as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
So now I'm done connecting my buzzer and we're going to test the distance.
All right. Okay. We hear the beep. Can I try it?
Sure. Yeah.
It's a loud sound too as well.
Exactly.
Wow.
So according to my code too, I use my laptop as a screen where I made a code in the sense that anytime.
Let's have a look at the coding as well.
Anytime it comes on, it's going to type maybe LED or sound or whatever is on.
Okay.
So now you can see initially I use the light, so it's using the light. So light off. But when I bring it closer, you see lights on over there.
So you can command it with a C++ to accept on or off.
Exactly.
Okay, or stop or pause or whatever.
So depending on how you program it to.
Okay, wow, interesting. So just quickly take us through, how long did it take you for you to come up with this code, and how did the board receive the coding as well?
Okay, so with the coding aspect, it took less than 10 minutes. As I came here, then I started with the code. It took less than 10 minutes. Uploading took within few seconds. It was done. Yeah.
Wow. So finally, we're wrapping up. What are some of the benefits? I know you use this for the robots, but how far can this go in terms of manufacturing and production and all of that? Apart from the robots, are there other things this automation and STEM aid kits can do?
Yeah. So I made mention of the street lights. In Ghana here we have traffic issues. So with this, if you're able to automate things like this, the street light like this, using the ultrasonic sensor, sometimes you get to certain junctions and then it's like there's no car there, but the traffic light is red, and there's a certain car standing there waiting. So you can use this ultrasonic sensor to detect whether there are cars there or not, to allow the other car who is free to pass.
Okay.
So that's how far it could go in terms of the STEM education.
And you're sure this is not going to take anyone's job, like the AI we spoke about the last time? All right. Yeah, Eugene, it's been a very interesting conversation with you. It's always nice to have you around and you share some of your stuff with us.
Sure.
I've been speaking with Eugene Moyan from the IoT Hub, and he's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. We've been talking and learning about how to automate through the support of a STEM aid kit. He's been my guest on this week's edition. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Maudi Aholimega. Please do stay for Biz Headlines.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. The bugger. Send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is MD.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This
medical winnie award CB okotizi eno baroni chirena sa say bibia say key holder bi o say eno baroni enye binti eno beje no fa chechenere. Eje nyaba Black Sherif, Ghanaian rapper, young rapper, Dinso, no VGMA Artist of the Year. Man, congratulations, Kesepan. Now what treat dear VGMA is home come the winners, the losers, the highs, the lows. BBR 360. I'm a body with many chair red carpet. So I be home come and I what treat to social media trends. Who say BBR kokoso ni na mikra kiss no. Yeah, and say me cry. You try hona ya kwaba come on. Ma be sage go ha mama. Mesaso mo akwa bankomo ho on GhanaWeb TV amrabo no yeshia say dia na onim say your social media I say just be a social breeze home come celebrity news ni nyina ha say e na ye ka ho asem na asem e da pass so ye VGMA 24th edition ye di nyina kwakogu na watwe atwe me ba wo na me che so say dia akwaye te say akwakoye the church against the streets and motormen no PCS and Black Sherif na kai phone so 8 nominees and na award this year category but say dear Black Sherif na yabo ni din so oye winner na ama bani bi ni kopie mo red carpet na me ni me crew no say dey intro fake ni ade ye call nsem ye nya interviews ye nya exclusive ones na won say ye ko VGM red carpet and you be aka say what are you wearing celebrities so they did turn up or say boy me ni twetwe come or say boy dressing you or no so e be pay wo na won say am mean say we or say boy say ye calculation or red carpet you so no say no kasa na mu say e bia koma kasa mebo sa interview na ma wetie be na wahu ne ekọ but say be chere ma ye mo funi say bia wa sheke kente sa de bio ne bo wodin ankasa me ne ye rapper EL enso twetwe nkomo eno so ye de bebre mo ne ade they say celebrity interview so na do so amrado hobby lyrical Joe Perez music me ne kasa PCS ta me ne kasa Daughters of Glorious Jesus almost bu pm more red carpet almost support PCS ta won so me ne won enye bi kasa na yo pemu na ankasa chairman Killer Black Kweku Killer reigning VGMA Artist of the Year ono so ye wie so ye bobonde ane ye interview you say na what treat the GhanaWeb videos they are trendy ankasa be bia be hu bia DJ Zonto na dey yi na film ono so dressing bi odi pie mu red carpet as e mi antare bi o chirema ono de o hye mi antare se de be ye obeye den obe trend de mu odi to bia ye brand lo chirema sanko ba red carpet na ka wa dress e bia wo so bia suit and tie bia na kokofo friend no but opie mu wo sa red carpet you so okita training na no kofo frefre ni tini nyina aka de eka branding ne ho na so ye interview bi no lisa me say so kofo keka se mi antare no o se ne ba kwa ti say LGBTQ community you can see baby also no gay it's just part of his branding na VGM ye koyi na say performance epiem ho PCS gospel musician no ye odi open song na ye ne waye me all stars rendition eno no mudi be show na that is a performance after performance kiddy girl them sugar afie twem no na ye artist of the year no so ebe perform ho oforian ponsa be performing odi enko olden days na I know a live band performances artists ni bo ma wonya challenges kakra but ni nyina all in on the show no still now it went on Saturday be performing last minute be performing performance they be breaking promise terminator can promise sister my mention that one or two of my top performance McBrown me the mechanical can promise terminator who say me na me who can promise so you be also na sao oh my god it was beautiful until the audio GhanaWeb abenya a performance video bi atwe can promise no performance na ye me fan kasa na say ni nyom terminator new single I say message bi wo muti wonte ya kona kope bitie na killer black ono so na performance na ye me fe pa Jackie no so then it was smooth obegina honom I love the performance and success music sakode no so na performance no so me fe just a few technical issues na affect medical performance or say the show be ofi yango kan ni mobile inside they wanted to make it loud but there was some technical issues near they said that but medical say me make one say this year no nominations na e fan ko ho ba ko kra na ubeka ya na wetwetwe metro say as enu baron in the medical na as wo jabejabo ho kakra nti efa medical kwa ho na no course ubeka last say 2022 medical winning award CB okotizi eno baroni kire na sa say bibia say key holder bi o say eno baroni enye binti eno beje no fa chechenere afi so o say kokokokokwa sanso ba no so retweeted that post na ka che medical say ono asa na mfie atwam wanya awards bi obesew no say ono so ne de na aba ne de na eda post so ono so dane aman na won say kwafo we dey say beef na ye friendly beef o man we abeka we ho ase bi beka we mpochema ebia mo ye warm up ebia planning and plotting be hwe kra no ne eno baroni ewo nwomo so ni nyina anum se krom hade de bia mo be police dance we be krom buko na te say there's no bad blood ni nyina ye part of showbiz maybe na VGM nkomo ya nkofo twema asa afi event no na ye big yeah of course we were there to report nti as a part of the show na say audience no bia bobo ni phone so MC no twema mo ye host no afi host na ye Bella Mundi James Gardner any national chema hosting and koye na uko social media even the time na award no so na nkofo my review chema as a show no na ye boring kakra nti ye nim se ba na de obi ehu ni smoothness level the next year so if they repeat the same host obi abaye ni homework pepepepe ba me person me kan host no one dressing Bella Mundi tray and kasa ne outfit changing it was on point Bella the only say about fashion red carpet it means the red carpet DGM hosting there 10/10 minus then nothing natural consonant wardrobe no so for James Gardner so no hobby inti I feel the VGM hu common de bebre but there were some big surprises say na moka say na PCS tabefe ni hu say table of men gospel fraternity wo chirima and said anya won de akwakoye say bia na wo hwe ni say wo be wini but ni nyina ye de akwakogu ni say industry ni is just for the growth inti mu amu wini ye be kan achema say ye ba mo big congratulations mu amu sumu lose out no better luck next time inti wo de VGM hu come for a 360 interviews nia yen celebrities ne kan ntare a wo hye ni nyina sa wo message sa wan kɔ na se bia sa ada nanka sa wentumi enye bia nhwe a ene bomode a na ko yen YouTube channel GhanaWeb TV na wo kɔ the interviews ne bebre wo benye bi but mpese me sanso bi sa o ye be continue conversation VGA medisi o fele say na organization ne ko na bibia yo okay na say akakakra because they are in the 24th year na performances so course so say na even po overall artist of the year na interview na me ne year me wi amebo kakra ma na so weti o chirema say na ahead of the day na maka so it was the church against the street so it was us against us it's VGA me na can say still na mo amunya ne de e ma mo big congratulations.
So before this day, the fans on social media, they crowned you winner, artist of the year.
They know,
it was
they know.
Massive. They say it was the streets against the church, and then polls, GhanaWeb did polls and stuff like that. We were still.
It was never the streets against the church. It's us against us.
Apparently, I look good in a suit.
You do.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that I like to capitalize on. Fashion is something that people always have to talk about. So I give them headline, I give them news to talk about. That is fashion.
Well, I don't think beauty is pain because I think that one of the best gifts in America is to look beautiful.
Na yanko ye ni ma unim say ye artist dey celebrity wan kasa ye fi VGA me nkomo nsem ni ma na ye mbra ye dancer musician Stone Boy we make you a progress pa ni for dimension album be kaya a last month April ya no release na say dey nkai ba betu dwane say a debut number 8 on the Billboard World Reggae Album Chart for dimension and numni dey 17 track album numni was no dey eyo hama kasa na me dey beat ni kra na ekum na unze de wa Stone Boy asheshe nyum na say levels o Charlie wonye beat an album mod dey na weti Stone Boy ni new project aya tunidi fifth dimension na album used there number kwa dama akoma so me de papa we friend into the future na say nyum na say dedicating money we be we dey adofo nyum na just nyum ni dey ato obi akoma so me hu say reviews nyum o release fifth dimension into the future ko be break as wonder na me so me de pants wonye bia na say nyum me ameka ho asem say unim hu nkomode a ene bomode na epe into the future by Stone Boy na wan kasa obedi ho adanse na de mama ye ngina we so na ye ntwa ye ho kakra na ye koba amabonu se na bia meka twem nkomo no de theater bank situation ma besan nyina egu ho amamo mo bia ndada wo so as de bia Ghana for mo pe violence de no as boa ma conversation e koso ne ade na watwi bia kwakwaye se Ghana ha de na beef ba ko ebie se be na masemboko na ya da sorry ya na McBrown se de we movie to onua na ni show ya wo ye so show time with McBrown na show yi de wo best start generate conversations bebre na de no premiere show na kasa na mafokika se na wo ko Facebook ko share the number of people who were watching at the time. I just say ebura dwen into access so kra na just mafochema na McBrown okita numbers na kasa we chire say oye popular sana manfo ke kana bi do chema ofi baby ano wo yi buy despite media buy 3 media onye na akwakoye to say bia we lose fans me de na enkomo bebre but she still is a big brand what I say na dey ya wo premiere we na nyambes ne course manfo ebona abaso na na Yaa Brefo broadcast journalist or radio presenter wo Angel o de betu ja so I enkomo ke ka say numbers na so chema radio na adwuma no enye to say bia numbers wo social media nkwa o say no so wo all right but mamamfo confuse me who say it's all about the numbers and I say streams Benya was social media. Now this is a social media commentator, if Kevin Taylor. So then I bet tomorrow I say all transits and some na Yaa Brefo the betu I say ya will be kitten be she trinade. Unse atim dika crack also chema say Nana McBrown who fe crack quenim tina na Yaa Brefo so and so ye nkomo. We are casting mouse and won't find a cosi. Anyway, your no opinion. Now saying betu I say okay can send be made chichu na Yaa Brefo na Yaa Brefo so no so ya high gay one fan check no so cool nation I can say now say na Kevin Taylor can no so to be man and I did it was harsh Wa wunya video ni be na obomode ano akono it's a trending video na sem yi ko be yi fa hi ko si na yes we de na McBrown obi na akwakọ edi ni din akwakọ foforo ntokwa o mte bia ono react na McBrown react video bi a Kevin Taylor no odi ne ho dance chemu obo ne ho modern me hu so share won Instagram story na sem ye ko ba yi na tese na Yaa Brefo to ma Kevin Taylor na Kevin Taylor so ayden wa to ama na tese mo am follow so bi fi de wa hu se nsem ne de na bi bebre e na shut up e na fa hi ne kosi nsem bebre na ye da sorry a Kevin Taylor say obeye expose we do say chinga na say expose kra enya na Yaa Brefo kwa no ne nya ne boss Dr. Kwekoti o say obeye ne to na fa hi ne kuna mafose na wonu obi enya ntokwa o se woni obekom ya ntokwa o de fa wona na Yaa Brefo nko na den na opese okofa na Yaa Brefo ne boss be free for asem na kobai na Yaa so ye video beto just o say impayinfu be se na de bia amoka no ye de ye nim impayinfu ko I said in painful be ne fere for us as often you na kan ho afre ni sa adwebrew nti ono de ntokwa na Kevin peso o de ba ne camp no so ono ne nkubi o so ono de wayi ne ho afim na mafoka say na bi film aye da ye hwe nim say Kevin Taylor be ye expose the secret ya betu dwa na say na so aba na say o account afa de wo say waja ntokwa but ono ase on so o say obu ba bi o say ugware na so bodanfo be fa won tama wundi obodanfo nechi wa atisa ankomo indirect as we did what but wakata ho ntamani aden I'm it's na Yaa Brefo say adwebrew say we seize fire but ye nim say Kevin Taylor be koso akwan na say say no so abeyi na Yaa Brefo ne balls we beyi ne to ne aden oba be kan na but na watchi de enye na Yaa Brefo no nkwa nkomo ne de bebredu but be say me bisa wo santo kwa ye course hina na wo hwa odifo na hina so na odibem na me da so agina ye social media trends na watchi na me bi course nkomo bi a epiem na ye traditional leader Aisha Modi talent manager na watchi ono so ebebiem we trends ni na ne tintini ni teti ala nkomo na eteseden mame mbo mu Shatawale me am godfather one don posti some video bi na ochema ne godfather ne godmother na video ya yeke nipa na wo mu ye aba sariki se unim na de bia na ahya modi chirima o se oye ni kunu o se ye ni kunu a one ne te ho na Shatta posti video na mama bi gina nchen na Shatawale describe so ne papa na ne mama ntina wo hwema nkomo ne ditintini tetie mu ane se aba sariki papa ne ye na gina nchen no fo se nenya ne papa na Aisha de ne to ne hu se ye ne kunu se ono so ntoto na se kwa se obi odokunu de bia oya na we post ni kakra na bia se what came na we post ni ade ma fo chema kwa akoye se Shatawale we post o make e chire se bia na bia warefu yi mu ejai na se kokoba na mu se nkofa won pe Aisha Modi asem no wo de stressel na mi hu ma Linda TikToker ma Linda onu kwa asre se na nye papa yi na sister bi se ye ne kunu na Shatawale so be introduce se owo yiri bi na fine kosi na nkomo no koso na me tie chi na me observe na me se asem ya Aisha Modi ba respond asem me kan me hu na me kan me hu ana musa Aisha trick camera sinu no chimo so no obeto aware so also ni religion na ye Muslim so ye Muslimi obeto aware so say aba asari kra akwa ware fufuro so wo yiro also we podi enye news Aisha kan so chirema kan say ye ne mame kra no so eto aware so nti ono no beto aware so enye big deal nti mo amokeka nsem na fine ko so say ono do ye unmovable also aba asari kudo no ankasa ne kunu do no nti also ono ankasa ne kunu so to na ase kra also nsini fem koso bi also ono ne kunu wo ska ba ono do obone homoden otumi kwa abrochi kwa ye adwuma ne ade ne nyina ama ne kunu do no nti mo amopese mo hyehya ase pese mo se ni se na ba asari ki wo yire na enye ono ne na eti o na fa also ne nyina wate but unso bi asem adofo asem ne koka bi ba ye wo ye third person nti mo amoka se na ba asari ki ne Aisha Modi ni also chirema also no gusu wo hono ma but ono de obeka mama ti asese oto aware so enye ono nkwa na eye ni kunu eye Abbas eware ni bi na sam tie me ekoso na wo be besesa Abbas yo na ba ye ba kroma so we so ye very popular ba sase ho nsem dia odi mu akoten pa but eye wutie shata wala nwom pa de bia ho so o ma ne shadows Abbas Sariki nti eye Abbas Sariki ono ni. My goddess, I nation worshipper brother Sammy Edin Simia Betuda Chema entertainment pandit I another Samoa Bedu Ekani Nim Chema Ose Nyame Bio Yen and Sem Fatana Aqua to say Nyansa Din Nimaso Dim Kureguli na nation worshipper de Betuda say and some na anod kind Anyanide. We share United Showbiz. Now back kaya video be betuja brother Sami promote ne album yi. Na ma mi bi obi o kita goodies begina ho be wo so no to na betuja ma say o Kristo ni obi a wo bonyamenwom na e de fan na otumi kaso bi mbe wo so no to in promotion of nyom aba betuja je say u kan fo nyankopon wo say we de ntwa kwemu na Arnold ehun na je say United Showbiz so with Miss G o ka say ni brother Sami ye na akokoye te say sabio mpenfu moni ma anyansa de bie no say mofre gori o say panyin ti na wi asanya sa o say wo ye sakrampo gospel Christianity ugu oni masse because de bia wo de enyama hu hia nkwa na wo ye all because you want to trend nti o ka kan otutu bi ma brother Sami no so advice ni say nyoma bi wo ho no ma ontwetwa so na mkofo ebien wo kohye mo United Showbiz na brother Sami kirema ensem na Arnold kan ya person ka che o say ensem na oye na asa nyama bi oye nyanse bi ni mo say anya ne de nti Arnold enye de onfa gyanto amba ne mo mpa ne chew Arnold te no say onpa o chew say den o so gya ne na so asem na o ka say nyama bi oye asa nyanse ni no say ye no kware cause nyama na wo ye na ya onti ase o say wa ade a wo ye wo fe wo fa na papa pe here te se wo nti ntokwa no koso bata na so no de pouch chew pa de chew pa be ka so ba brother Sami che o say David o say asem na o kan no gina ne na so still firm o say na o ye neto bi a akwaye say nyanse ni nyeme na meka Arnold eneka na yeda sorry na meko check Twitter trends na me hu say na McBrown trend na me say then na ekoso ana na me hu say wo say ni show yo ye wo Yaa TV na brand bi say wa drone wa bone art ono ahwe ni picture na wa draw na to so na wa be present ma McBrown will show you so na ma for say picture ya brand present ma na McBrown munye di say ye Vivian Joe because picture ye McBrown bako na me pese bi bisa wo me amene mudi nkomo yi picture ye de wa wo hwa ye sinitwe na McBrown na say wo say Vivian Joe bi say mixture of Vivian Joe na McBrown but wo chirema say wo ma opportunity say mon draw na say bia wunya say unipa na wa draw ni so the person present ma ya mo modern na mo art ni nkoni na me say the one kwafo asreso but ya kan say na ye disua bibi kakran say na brand ye nya vema wa draw na McBrown wa trendy me nim say bia beba na adwuma bi kakra na say bia wa bon kwafo art but say na ye nya na wo di improve talent ni isma mu say ya brand no nkoni chi kakra no sambra bia me nim say wa atim kasa makasenti ono so be ye ni homework but me person bi say men kwade akameka say Vivian Joe me na McBrown po akamde sa portrait ni ebeche Vivian Joe na watwe ansa na me no mbedi nkra no ai hu se de bia ye na na se nkomo ya ye didi koye nim na watwe video bi a trending no more den video bi so awarefu bi a ye hu se won aware te se wo bedase na video bi so course na ye Professor Dominic Fobi ai kana no nkan bi no ye a member of parliament ma she bejani no sanso ye former minister of education ai kufu abanso nye papa watchema over 80 years na wosi wa kwa grabe young girl you fresh blood green free bi hu sisi hu su bi na waware ne fefe kama na wenpo de na nheda nye new so we do won na obi atoni dom na wakwa busuafo wakwa jealous we de anya se bia yetetare dan ho betetare dan ho sai chiki bio bere man kasa pe papa pe hi professor esini name like anka nheda nye yi bia na mafochema asem peyinfo no as a young guess na wojje na fa ne kosi na just watch ma papa ye nya ase na misemo pesa we ye fam ho ben sister you or Yaa Brefo or you're a teenager. I am a mood dim commerce and I'm cover fake say often social media for chima a year gay you cry or a cocktail arrest or a 9-5 and I'm say no papa a professor I'm professor for be able to produce also no crown worried that on worried damn for Casagana for Mr. Bosom. I said, Ghana for more casadodo. Also, you cry, teenagers on your 20, only need to also we were 30 abroso. And you cry, Yaa Brefo, or be your near Jumas and Zaze, or your Jumal hospital, or like you know, and ye be as a forced marriage, also no con worried that number for any 9-5. Also, they be there's a fair wash our brand as here when you'll be on any better. And see, also, my moon, yes, auntie, Mutia, and Professor say on video, Namuno, your one cast on 1 hour. Now I read more thing. Now, Mamma can or do. Ma when sana mo de ye sini twani Harold ono so be posti de bia obi wa ya na mo kam ho say eni kura tie na yankofo wedding na won invite mo won say won invite ma was like say mo invite because ni na e fine na kosi because wife o ma ware ba me de na me kan say me mam congratulations aware no so de efe e bia na boys your boys ko fa bi kwa mo be ha no ai mo nse mo ta ha wadwen so when papa pe on ne betala mo be bo won bra na nga nya nkomo bia but mo kasa too much una onya ya una professor ya ka wonpe jawasem ai na watwi medini na ebesi ha sei na ye kan ye ke VGM me se na ye di nkonkoma ya brew I'm Africa so I'm a brony now dress in if and I make catch him I fully be dead over 500 and here he be so I can send him work as a pearls in any naja the coins my special shout out to my glam team Kwabena Kevin over Instagram so up so be style on idea ko bet my man I can Kiki Sadiq I corporate chick or no sooner or ye me makeup man kiki me that was a panny more the me crew so I mean a ben and hazel on a could trap videos in the come maybe the moon that's it. I'm about to send a baby in social media trends, showbiz, celebrity news in Amrabe Sumno. No, what you don't say now, come on, and we in Haman Casa. See, that's a best answer, McBrown.
Right Honorable Minister for his presentation. We have with us this afternoon Mr. Gideon Yaotode. He's from the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative and also the RTI Coalition Ghana. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have with us our very own Dr. Winifred Nafisa Mahama. She is the head of the Access to Information Division of the Information Services Department. We are also joined by our Acting Chief Information Officer at the Information Services Department, Mr. David Owusu Amwa. Also with us is Lawyer Yao Sapon Boateng, the Executive Secretary of the RTI Commission. We are also joined by the Chief Director, our Chief Director here at the Ministry of Information, Madam Charlotte Morgan Asiedu. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Minister for Information and Member of Parliament for Ofuasia Irebi constituency, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, with us. I would also use this opportunity to acknowledge representatives of UNESCO, if they are here, and of course, directors from the Ministry of Information and also the Information Services.
be to my family. Sending love to my rastas. We will be great to down now. Oh yeah. Sending love to my rastas. We will be great to down now. Yeah, man.
We are seated for a riveting conversation. This is a special episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. We're here to discuss the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards, the 24th edition that came off on May 6, 2023 at the Grand Arena, Accra International Conference Center. My name is Benefo. You can call me Abrantepa. Today I have 4 gurus on the show. And so Caleb Niboy is a journalist, a broadcaster with 3 media general 3FM. Caleb akwaba be fine. Nice one. Nyame adome ho ye. Vida Duchuma Boatin is an entertainment journalist. And na de me fan ka ho. But as I say me de ka ho. Oye they are PRO. 3 music. Heba. Oh. 3 oh, Vida wife, want to make fatal. Oh, na so the way you one on person beja to me. Nana Romeo, it's a broadcaster Accra FM. Nana Akwaba. Yeah, fine. Nice one. And then the man in pink. There is a saying that the ladies, keep almost disturb you. Almost say BB.
Sexy man wear pink. Real man, no boy be the cancer for friends they trash.
Say it one a man be carry.
Real men wear pink.
But real men they don't wear pink.
Black. Oh, black.
Black. Oh.
That color. Breaking news. That's all the enya color. All the baby.
Okay, so we are doing a review of the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards, the 24th edition, Ayabasu Accra International Conference Center. So we'll segment the review. First, we'll talk about the red carpet. We'll talk about the organization of the event. We'll talk about performances. We'll talk about the MCs, and the things that people said on stage. And then later on, we'll focus on who won what and all the controversies that have actually erupted after the event happened. Mamisha say, why not show TV soon? Why not show echo event? No.
TV.
Maybe TV. Vida TV. And to me, and I'm quite enjoy it. Oh, nice one. How is the experience?
Ubisamia. Yes. What's that? Makwa. You get it. So I feel me take he stand say me koye all over the place. Usually when I go for BGMS and I was shows say boom na me jina na me sa na me but this year me see my maintenance and I mean and picking notes of a new man kitty beer about to share with the people. So me baby come so tonight. Me share ye me monitor show no so ye from red carpet no so they call auditorium hall upgrade no from last year this year they ka crazy and share anything extraordinary but there's an upgrade especially with the stage.
Okay.
I was a video for I never from but I feel stage them no come on nice the backdrop no so the way almost sound no it was great. Some few it's a crazy I buy I'm not say no better points but we use money if you are it was a good show.
I see. Nana.
Yes sir.
Any your general impression.
To even organize an event and cry alone is not easy. And for Charterhouse to do this for 24 years, they need to be applauded because enough of I try say make I say be a area a community cry no organize it be kakra cry and enough of now we a whole Ghana Music Awards. Now man for a free a chichini bench ababe be obi a criticize on the enough of. So to me this year it was excellent. Said the obisa I mean you move in there you fire and go nibi ye park your car na jay nam chen was adi ebi say me do okra na I think say one po obusa am say oh na one ma yango for na be su na say oh me okay me am the car buy na me ntia say ntia so yango for no pick you main entrance on by the roadside no me do room na say oh na no so I den no say oh say no me na so okay na ntia in fact as usual I mean said you na kill we can the normal way na yehuna but this year the MFN said security was tight now security gas no mu ebi mu kura mu na no mjina ho bi so ahyehyehye sa face mask bi I mean I like that because the bus and scare anybody be or bad and I say ill intention be so baby be no the fact say mu na muniti no ebebo hu I love that red carpet no so ni na na dia man pe kakra ne say be the main red carpet no too much barricade no buy antina baby a ye be fa de akọ
na wa ye fia
ye na wa be fia antina ye struggle o ntia ma heat e be gina ho pa e man kwa na no mo ya me mobo na e
say makeup no ma e heels
na ebi mu ntade e tinti be say
na oba VGM a e ho na wo be share wedding gown sometimes I mean you know where you are going possibility there's a possibility say ho be overcrowded and then there's also say atade a platform okay then now
what show Sebi there was any pan we elegant and it comes with all those ball gowns near the neck.
Why that you say we cry with me the car wash? Fine.
Simple.
I don't know. Free
music last year when we see them see share that farm ho fire.
Eh, but we dey no platform.
Kakra.
Because I know there. I had na to ask.
I'm still when say lady back no oni ho. Te do baby no kwa move na ketia ga no so chiro a okwa enko na say ye hwehwa ni hu nipa watia na ye pa chiro say you like oh etiro I mean one of these things here called I mean it was nice. I mean the red carpet man shada hu bibi boni bia just that na paparazzi for no doson omo kwa krampo no so mu nyina awura mu dia na say omo nyina awura mu free party na theater house for krampo kakra because omo doson cameramen omo ye interviews ebi okra unto mu dinda ba ni nyina ma show ne de I mean from there na am say ebe wura mu dia nti red carpet what there me there nyina kakra fine ansana ewura mu na bibia
me dey kan na Romeo experience on the red carpet. Let me throw this out there to media houses and I don't know if I should say bloggers but janja hono mo ye interviews no o fo bi abegina red carpet so aye interviewer mo check this anchor for me because some of them actually came there with nothing. What do I mean? Jambe bi o ena ba ko bi betwi mi so mesin koye interview girl no ba be me interview no mate say producer na bo mi din a kire no abo be me ye adwuma a kire no within 30 seconds can you say you fi me din you fi adwuma me
pressure
no nana if you can recall omo no mugu ho maybe I only me fine but I feel it is not negotiable because once you are there what about to come and fetch for news now say news makers neighbor now unkai umudi unkai jumo omoye even question ne krampo no now it looks so scattered then I also me amebo na ye boabo adena no what I'm trying to say is to be on a red carpet maybe wo de na emba main TV so mo bi anhwe but video it will surely be out there one day what back on TV no say oh me say come prepared don't just come and stand there expecting to ask people what you are wearing moreover me draw post to Facebook say faces am hu e VGM no if Ronaldo ene also paint e dia painti national cathedral na obenye bi pa abrantepa makeup forget na ye taking so
send the number
nana
enye VGM nko
nana asema me ken abrantie bia oh me tia se yes
on can say nyam say dey can say dosun dodo bebre
because na abrantie bia otim nchen na o she white na I say okoye hageni too much It's midway into the show, be make a friend. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
now
also what's a white.
Oh,
and then more bad day and have your bag disappear more because of makeup.
Oh,
what's your white?
No, it's true.
So, Nana Romeo make a point be about paparazzi, you know, all over the place. Romeo, event organizer. So, how do we manage that situation so that as a phone and in
such the initial flow event na say that sport because it was so much inundated with novices and professionals because when professional comes or professional journalists media practitioners and then this wannabe bloggers what you see who are crowding we no be interview tina me blame Chatterhouse I was say accreditation concerning the red carpet. Who qualifies to be on the red carpet to receive any guest? I was say sir we know segregation no eba. In the end you also be a so offer say or the microphone to one because of the news that I got to the YouTube. In that barricade no I was say no cry no relevant media houses and our personalities are more mainstream media and as more social media are recognized. I was say those accreditations no taking care of red carpet aside the main media partners that because it looked like a joke.
No, but on the main red carpet in India, those paparazzis no money in a hole.
No, at a point they took over.
That means now people the show had started.
Yeah, at a point they took over. Ntinafe I a bit messy. Nti hono na fe this time na sa akodi any stone boy we twem kra. They were struggling to pass. But now say that area no free security for security reasons. Obu anu bell inches obetime apeke phone obetime you wristwatch. Those things na lapses are in terms of safety way I was say create say there's obi escape in camera so or bar barricades na we chen obi betime gina tree I try so be wavy but within the barricade were friends space no it was crowded in the time of DJ men some na say for no they were trying it was really difficult minimum crank come try
show no auditorium for those of us who watched on TV the sound was bad. It was terrible because obi kasakra wonte mic ni dum naba edum na ekọ minim se sa na net ana na emi TV that was the same for you okay
in that bad
oh yes
I know you
yeah na ehwe wo fi there ni ebre yeah na ehwe wo fi ni ebre enti
I'm person my red carpet
oh kafra red carpet
okay so first off no were the hosts I was of the view Senka a come and say very pretty sewa am here but we didn't get any Crystal is okay but my problem was gentleman no Fifi Coleman
okay
about the drama and the theater they are fantastic but I mean what he was adding to Sarah red carpet space and Nana Ojina Soma more so me complaining about name tags on the red carpet there were no name tags and one is funny between mukwa and over to you. Is there no other way you can tell say nipa we are no sinti I'm taking over. Mo wa de hyehyemasom obi ntimi kan to take over. Edru baby no mo ye one camera work pair wo red carpet ni so. Fifi a guest gina ne nche no mo gina ho zan. Na oba no so and then the guest edi nkomo. Ye wie ya obegina ho saa ogina ne nche no so saka over to you.
So on that no my mama quick we many Andy Kra shares something similar like the way I come. So what happened was after some time camera back or try red carpet was asked to move into the auditorium. Now show non started. So they had to use one camera for the red carpet. Into Fifi and Crystal as they were together. But we guests on the other side, we saw on the other side. So camera back into they picture both of them and then they get zoom.
On countless occasions, I saw all four of you, two hosts, two guests, they practically don't have anything doing. And on countless times, so yeah, my black fans, eto, you can say on tuning Kakra.
Yeah.
Na F up, the F word. There was no beep.
Live on TV.
You get it? There was no beep. And do Safwa there was very, you know, there was no beep. I don't know, say, you can cast on TV, and then if that is fine, they should explain to us, because sometimes no name say fan be or say musician be or new be and watch those words in it. I was on how I back couch, you know, for TV, you know. So I think said the conversation on the red carpet to not any elevated. It's about time I intentional about your friend is saying some of the conversations, because daughters by we all know asema echo form one secular music, and there's this bit about black hole representing the secular and PCA representing the gospel. It's when your daughters on the red carpet, one key question you should ask ASR division, and knowing somewhere your gospel form some vouching for street, you know, to say the mutia match the Dennis and you know the presenter missed it. I feel Drew baby Tego sisters not all friend daughters of glorious Jesus. I mean, there are some key things that you shouldn't miss. And our top stars now we were dying to see on the red carpets. They didn't show up. What's my say? It's easy to check all these things. Name tags, me who fashion designer, we say Chris Nanis or something.
Chris Nanis.
Or not as one name tag the buy because I saw him say TV here they everybody day also. I mean, let's check these things. If no, Debbie.
I think going forward, it's if what's Vida Ekano, then I think organizers I will say omoma those they want to appear on the red carpet. It's very possible bon campion. It will hotel be. So that's a menace one. You now will be bringing them. So I didn't buy a bit well planned. You understand? Because
don't you think say the media house and then they choose
debut
red carpet?
Debut.
You think so?
No.
You think so?
The show was produced by Charterhouse.
Okay.
There was other agencies including Minkofonibi. You get it? But who gets to be on strictly from the organizers?
Okay.
Into who are Yama as producer for that particular side? But Juma says a Vida ba or the Vida beko.
Because I'm sure say Omo present awards, you know, there's a special way if you present the campaign over backstage. We quite now we are coming. Incidentally, me the same thing for the red carpet, because I was looking forward to seeing Sarkodie on the red carpet.
Very true.
I was looking forward to see Stoneboy on the red carpet.
In fact, the nominees themselves.
Award presenter, people love it. I mean, Sar connection no on the red carpet. We didn't get it. No more so na ye expect your mobile and so. The key questions are about elevated conversation no.
Yeah, Musa.
Because what I approach most of the stories, you know, e-news, no, they know. Yes, simple walk na Rihanna and Nantina. Some to be a better no. Na a headline. A headline meaning who are you and Yamas and Kofi Men.
Oh, but people made statements with their dressing and also in headline no because. Oh, say ni bebre. Kwabna DJ Azonto.
No, but what Vida is trying to say, he said. The main people now, we expected them to be on the red carpet, and they weren't there.
The main people she expected.
Yes.
What if those that came?
Majority of Ghanaians wouldn't feel bad to see Nadia Buhari standing on the red carpet, or Sarkodie, or Stoneboy. I mean, you can't tell me say DJ Azonto Abanti. No.
Even Kiddy
how many
himself,
people even know
Kiddy
DJ Azonto? Do you get it? How many people any name DJ Azonto? Me sure so jina okro bi be say when ni but say na dia boy ni jina ho ya na bi kro fi kra kwapia the movie ka say hey ure ho bi sa I mean said the can most of them didn't come on the red carpet. And maybe it was because the place was clustered. I say why cluster you know
yeah quick name ko sound
yeah say o share o monitor red carpet issues there. We missed Sarkodie's outfit. It only became visible on stage and Sankrofo the value of Atadia no.
But you and I know that wouldn't have been Atadia Sarkodie on the red carpet because mostly what they wear is different from what they perform with.
Even at the hotel, I said no Atadia.
Was it at that time no at the venue Nichi?
No, I said a hotel.
Hotel no.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I say?
Yeah.
Anyway, there was this flavor of transvestite presentation throughout.
I see anything.
Bema would dress it December. Minimum say
cross dresses.
Exactly.
Quite.
In the I don't know if people are taking advantage of the red carpet to highlight what they are.
Which ones are you talking about?
Maybe dress it maybe just skirt.
Okay, so DJs
there's a difference between wearing a kilt and a skirt. Say what you Skills Scottish dressing. Bema.
Osboy SNB.
Exactly. And Bema share. What you say? Scottish dressing. Even some part of Spanish royalty.
Yeah, for that we know.
The Roman, Italian side, they do almost share. And so unim about fashion, those people you will not. But if you really focus, we share a bit more dressing. What you say? Yanum bina. A person hijack it. We know. And
the book I am the umbo be a deal. I didn't
LGBTQ ++4 no KUSD. UDS. What you say? I said, who shared outfits now? Majority, and there was this feminist BB as everything, and they hijacked the whole red carpet. Upa. Take a critical casual look at fencing. People are not critical about that aspect. Okay. I think Kwabena one.
Okay.
No,
Kwabena fencing in the top no. It has some feminine.
Okay. Oh no. Okay. So Munya no. What
as now guys been Chris Nanny's crown and you see say sa squad no
none is no ebia
me dem intimi ka so ebia ba ni here.
Okay, so
and omudi na chi nyina like hey don't try that get the dress that kind of thing.
KOD a fashionista. This is what he wrote about Kwabena. Kwabena's outfit had character. I personally love it, even though I won't have the courage to wear it. In a critic, I think it's all right because he had to look different to stand out. We are talking about it because of disposition. Just my simple opinion. I'm sure you have yours too. Wait, if you will be a designer.
You're good, sir. He didn't impose his opinion on everyone. The same vein, I miss who media made maker. I feel, sir, it had to you get it. There are things in this part of our world. We are conservative.
Okay.
So there are certain things exactly. So right. We will frown upon them. And I saw a lot of these. So if it was intentional, not deliberate attempt, say red carpet in a jama, Southwood be enough, you won't be another show up on the red carpet there. Then I don't have a problem with that. Maybe a plan.
Okay.
Because I saw these people take over the red carpet.
But you see, another thing you should also remember, they say, I mean, nights like this ones, you know. I know be up say or shady beer, it will be talk of town. Ebenisa will tell about Kwabena there for some time now, no, or no canning, sir. Maybe San is adding to our accounts, okay, maybe we saw. Until the only thing a team manager in Saturday is what canning, sir. Until no catch them say, me cry me wintino, me shall say, and I'm also Ojai or Cano, Ojai. John de Okan Sanache, in your home quan. But they be at Tadian now, Candia. Yeah.
I want us to progress.
When you close explanation from him, I don't have the benefit of listening to him. It becomes for more opinion. Trying to link up to the reasons why the marriage is too a failure and a whole lot.
No. Sound. So, like I mentioned, the sound was terrible. I don't know if that was the case in the one.
Observation, critical observation.
Okay.
And it's the synergy between production and the event itself, in terms of TV and the event itself. There was some kind of disconnect. I had a problem now, especially time now we airban, medical airban. I said it wasn't really not TV for no struggle. They were doing their best. Me Mijana baby and TV3 for a young interview, 3 entertainment. Mijana they were doing fantastic. But we share on my own, you may be connected. take it over. No, that was where the total disconnect was. Because all auditorium sound, everything was perfect. But when I say the feedback you get from out, nature say sounding yeah, and you ask there be any auditorium hall. But so next time someone hear production, there should be that kind of frantic effort to make sure say there's serious synergy and cohesion in that regard, because once you have that kind of picture, it will feel. People assume say sana events in United. But yeah, no, you say
it's more on the movie.
No, yeah, the sound. Honestly speaking, there was in-house. There was nothing bad to write about. Aside say me were reservations about a last-minute performance. He drew I'll talk about that. That was the only problem I had. But I felt there was some kind of a little disconnect between production and the events.
Would you say that is what caused what people have described as an awful performance of the MCs?
Exactly.
Do you think the MCs did not deliver?
One thing, I don't intend to run down anybody.
Okay.
And I was there, I saw the effort they put in, the kind of energy are putting up. But say HS AC. Let's admit HS is AC. And as a creative person, you should also be ready for bad days, unforeseen circumstances. So people felt say a gardener when you good day. Yes, but it doesn't make him a bad MC. But honestly speaking, I felt if credit should be really given, I felt Bella did a fantastic job.
Oh, but with the MCs, you know, don't forget, say the guy wasn't. We said there were three. I think said now focus was on Bella and what's the other lady? Yes, the guy wasn't really a part of the main. Okay, yeah. At a point, you see, Bella did a good work. Said the I mean, she did well. We say technical issues there. Untumi fire no nka say presenter no there. I mean, the bro for no one can ye. And then the feeding one can hear. Everything was on point. Say be a do baby maybe a microphone. And also the normal they be a me say in every human environment be no ubenya hitches.
Yeah.
And the Grammys mungina a happy a normal. You see every year be a can wasem. And year be answer ye benya bibiaka. Nya fi biana. On say a medical dey say no. Ye dey mic no crash ni sem no. Na off. To no am put na so ye. Ebi anka wenyina na osenke ye ansa na dia ma no, but etoda nso ana mpre ho ebi ko a tam on expect say medical babedu no ebi ko yen sa tam ti na ye rush na dia ne normal ni nyina ne said the event went on.
The MCs no me were exception kakra omu rare mu foforo no. I was expecting to see some correlation be with the omo be kan. It was fine if you script na come be share screen so I can because I can me expect say Bella can James Gardner can be
pick up from here
then. National and can see.
Okay.
Obia
it looked tattered. Yeah.
I feel all of a sudden here can't what designers do. When they me makeup, we are looking good. You are doing.
And they're amazing.
Well, and that joke was fine. Say National Coca saw the synonyms are brand. Somebody now follow.
Yeah.
Last year it will sound good.
Okay, 17 amazing.
But the conversation not and follow any chronological order. I think so. Say we are used to the award presenters calling for the nominees, but this time around, no. Now was say MC in a case and the nominees.
No, I think last year Kromu sir.
No, last year
because when
and then mention the nominees are.
I think when George Quay was the PRO, some people raised concerns about the fact that Omubu Dinuma, in order to kill time, as Omu Ebu Dima Nipana Obe. Present your award no only be drew stage and the nominees. So why not get the playbacks so that when you introduce the person and he or she is coming, the MC will announce for the playbacks to be played.
So Bella kept forgetting say it was all announcing the nominees and they drew be original one as ya can guna some technical but you know see and the nominees are twice so
I mean, I wish they go back to the old style no.
And delay time because we be baby or send by the time obe stage no so no nanka mo ya nka moko so Kwame Dazi wrote this. He says the VGMA had some of the country's finest event hosts on stage last night, but their performance was subpar. Their energy was low. Their lines were either not scripted or were poorly scripted. They lacked synergy and excitement. This year's hosting was boring.
I agree with him totally. I agree because Oman captivated me with their entrance.
Okay.
We should go back for Chris Ato.
You see, I always say, this kind of events, you know, offer MCR for be a bit humorous. You more kakra with the more betting your mama for us. But when they are normal like us. Me sure say me no cry say do no, but it's true. Who say?
I think it's a point. You shouldn't be a baby. It do baby and your man ko ya. It's your experience that humor within you is what. And now they be encore for the time being and whatever HR or that's all you.
That's it. But say, sa shoes na Sir James Ekokofele lounge no. Don't you think shoes no na esusino? Because you see, Giovanni yes I didn't for like 3 years.
Do you know the problem of this industry? And you should him and I'm not fine face issues do. Real talent but fine face.
Okay, what could they try? What I can tell you is not Giovanni available.
And Giovanni there are people in the industry and commit my say Juma way. But what fine face and simple do.
Mini red carpet. Okay, some mini red carpet on frost born fan form DJs on to beat now.
Your thought on that one.
It was so unnecessary. Proper fillers. Say quite the why. You need
to said there was a technical problem.
They needed to.
Yes. That's why you record proper sports fillers. We need allow their shepherd.
No, but I think reason a good DJ would have actually made the day good.
And so
you needed somebody to heat up the place.
Now, I don't know who actually played, but I heard Aroma was a boy. Yes,
DJ Aroma.
So ahead.
Okay.
But the DJ now.
Oh, but Aroma too is a fine DJ.
But if on the main night
DJ on air,
you are not coming
event DJ.
Because you see,
he didn't have time to play music.
Exactly.
No, that DJ Black Field announced.
It's gone.
Actually,
yes. So my name is DJ Black.
DJ Black. Charlie. Black.
Until when you know, they should consider some of these things. Like you mentioned, Edu baby cry now saying DJ. No say I think yeah be Andy Dusty. Boy,
all this.
Because who and them videos.
All this.
Yeah. We need those.
That thing really works. Yeah.
But so, it's America be a mama. Probably they wanted to do everything in 4 hours.
Oh.
But it was more than that.
There was no way they could have done that thing in 4 hours, especially when they didn't do the industry night on Friday.
Yeah.
So they knew say I didn't know 4 hours.
But actually, oh dear, Yemko breaking Yemra. You best started from the 4 hours. Then we talk about the performances and then who won what because Nkofo PA said because Nkosi da ben and you be organize event awards a year. Ebe take 5 hours. Sa na betimi aye ana betimi ayi na be free. Nema e ni na are they necessary? And I say we are overdoing it. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about this.
Yo, I will charge you. Money on time, we ever here.
Na wo ba so nya sai say
Obek kanokre. Now susu san kwai bia wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about kotoso. No, mommy, I cook on some. Poga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance and let me deep pounds.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia. Unbeatable. Resume promo code no Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 What first transaction? What is send this car coffee? You know, dial to Lemon and Finance.
Welcome back. You're still watching eForum on GhanaWeb TV. It's our special edition for the review of the 24th edition of the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. And Sunday Yoko break, we were talking about the
time frame.
The 4 hours, the MC and the 4 hours.
The MCs and 4 hours now. Yeah, so I was asking, is there a way we can do our event within maximum of 3-4 hours? No, be
exactly. A bit my tailor made.
Like Caleb said, this year it was impossible to do that. Because this year it was just one show. What you see?
Yeah.
Until we there and they didn't also start on time. I don't know if they actually planned for the 10 and 10-2. Just on plan here there. But I mean, I didn't have a problem with the time, you know. We were enjoying the show. Yeah. To be honest.
No,
we want more. Yes.
Oh. I don't want feel for young points out performance. One feeling.
David, the Abba phones ground video.
David, Oforian Kasan as an artist no Gina stage there. One can hop up a biao. And you know bono. Sana me basna and you know see a penuno man. But he can't perform as a technically
one performing. No, yes, ain't one feeling performance. Didn't know one feeling.
Yeah, feeling is say it was so obvious say one prepare for performance. I say when you're recording artists, Zibia, Yankee can see me and auto tune can to me and Fanco. He didn't exhibit anything extra on the stage for me. Yeah, you're zooming to performances in the Menkwana. PSA Esther, I think it was a wrong choice of an opener for the show. Because or a leading contender in this year's awards will be ashamed himself either or no and after black with a fat top awards. That's true. Now I'm not starting event, no. Woman starting so one mass spotlight Antonio so one all stars. As I have a camera, me no. Perform about 7-8 minutes. Literally, you see it to be 1 minute. And a moment black will super performing. With these two being the two leading contenders, or be a better time in the bag. I could feel because these two top now maybe have a channel. Me who are mother that. Kiddy came on. It's not the usual Kiddy we know, but it was quite refreshing. It's dainty now. Mama Kiddy and started. Show nanya day, and then Black Obaye be rezi bano. Then you bring Jackie, no ababi doom jano, because the performance, it wasn't energizing. And Jackie, the type 1 amount for any course, so and dancers, This time you didn't give her any dancer. She's a spotlight. The only person who can be the spotlight and deliver because of carry presence be when she comes on the stage. And Jackie still has a fear bar, good girl vibes. Into the our expected the lyrics now ought to know. They have manifesting on the body no so on yes sir. Because you're a good girl. What am I saying? It's also to me shaky on so no jinafa shaky mountain. But bad girls if you are all too shaky na baby so bounce ya mom say and then you na yet to nade. Echo.
Baby shaky. Last time I mean no can. Rough and smooth idea of VGM. So and maybe not.
DSL, kudos to the guy. I mean, this is what happens when with the live band, our music industry. He performed like he wasn't.
It was solid.
An amateur will be a back. Kudos to him.
You know when I was watching, someone just sent me a message. Have you seen your boy perform? Or can I say, hey?
I loved it
because those days mentor. He was edition. He was the reason I was watching Mentor. The guy was solid. Opikisto Boy, Lucky Doodle, Bob Marley song, like. And
say, "Hona me di who say I hope for you because I'm for live now. Share center, mama DS of performance. I electrify. And John no episode. Everybody performance now. Could not say ye. The we will see transition free raga. It could high life. You were born to do it, me too, chairman. And one thing I liked, they say, or dedicating the performance into Rude Boy ranking and now we're free more. Even
they're on stage, no.
And I know the T-shirt are Rude Boy ranking, no. Any them, I think it was loud up. Last made one me nyam pray pan, so like me see channel wow. I don't know. Say text message or say any prelude, no. Text message me send you. So what was that about? You have a sweet voice. On your man then compact people so we need best new artist. Come and represent among 4 thoughts about you on stage. Is this what you do?
Certainly phone ring bang until when that message.
I told baby oh my man. I told baby not tape the kojan.
Yeah.
Come on, you they are same. Because you name so sweet voice. Now moving on Black Hope performance, no. Say you can the gaff here last year or the yellow abubo ya ABC honoma. This time no, young Kuntono si free no.
Now they also make us
see free mobile and it was smooth. Now you know me managing pa. Now on to Jackie perform Mamaka came promise. Hey, Terminator 4 and 5. I sent back cranny. Sure, Mama, I bright any time dodo. Ehona mi hu say award e be che nkaka because mama and the time to almost me a cappella you call and response now can meanwhile a piece or a leading contender no mama wa be share stage with about 6 or 7 people no mama in 7 minutes we na wa run nsa ho okọ MDK obi a ye shaxi ambassador enso so tina ya ngongom and I'll be see. I mean, sir, shenanigans. Sponsor me but then no brand be why clash it.
Yeah, you don't do that.
You get it.
In
if
branding
you understand
and
the ethics now. Who see and there should be a shaxi on you. So once you say branding collaborating on that. Yes. You understand because we see some shaxi.
If you are dealing about brand
as a brand, come on now.
Obviously,
transportation
business. He's a brand ambassador or he's helping his brother.
He's told I'm
asking this question.
Even if you are not a brand ambassador and considering the fact that these are two brands that offer the same services, it's obviously not.
No, but don't forget, sir, Sharks in Yanidia. He's not an official brand ambassador.
We've seen you advocate. So, who say we advocate for Sabran? No,
actually, okay. So,
I celebrate you.
Understand?
Mihun Shatawale tweet. Shatta is not perturbed. Are you still? You still have an issue with it?
But me
or say you people are trying to cause a fight between
listen, a fight. Brand clash as said Vodafone sponsor Obidi MTN number be see where better than talk of town. Sabi na also what ton shaxi mine. Now the young go aba be round here no see a car.
What do I say? The divider I can. And necessarily for medical and Shatawale.
Okay.
It's for other people to consider. Says we our brand affiliation. Now say in future obi uye event now say a brand for frata the show a competitive brand we lose.
That's conflict.
Exactly. Conflict of interest and brand ethics and interest.
I don't add any have me your chromophobia signing for techno ni itel ni ade. So who tweet here tweet from iPhone. Yeah, in respect to animal. Now sir called the landlord Bra, me mama muzwana. Bra, come on.
Motiche.
Come on.
NYSND a post here did. I'll try and retrieve it. But what he said was that as a sako de why be why menace. Inti but mamemra others performances no quickly near winners because Mumpo Nana Romeo be run one man can
yeah
because Camilo did not win. Is it most popular song or Afro pop?
Or sing High Life no down flat crap.
Entienne Obero Nana Romeo Obero Ama ebe kind of boxer shorts. Quickly.
Mama pick it from
your time.
Mama pick it from maybe right away. Yeah. Sarkodie's performance, top notch, classic. But I scored him 8 over 10. Had Blacko joined him, I would be forced to do 9.5.
Let me tell you something very small. I think that the mistake was arrangements with who performs after who. Yeah. The perfect spot and Kesaka Blacko Beshe was right after Sarkodie performance. Now the countryside No,
but say Sani entry now the free so bad.
On the best free man back countryside
No, which means that you have to halt the music for you to calm down.
Everyone is
light who told you say when one artist performs he can't join his other colleague on stage again. Who told you? No, you see even if anything, Black Sheriff bet me sorry if you are not joining.
Black Sheriff say, oh no, or a fan of Sarkodie, so he wanted to enjoy Sarkodie's performance.
But there's nothing binds him to join him.
No, but I born you man, you feature. What's it then also so now back for finance now. And one and I want to master. And so far when any performance between me and on stage, we say that. Oh, me will be last. No, I'm saying so with this particular song.
Last.
No, I'm saying so with this on stage and now yes.
Exactly. Okay. That was why I was saying say Anka Omutu yeah. I would have scored Sarkodie 9.5. Sarkodie still did it. Oh, let me say, okay, but say, what's the main foul on the Blacko and tournament where?
Blacko was in the auditorium and he was singing, and that's all my name.
But Blacko was there. But here, auto at here, no, oh, no, it's the same thing. Isn't it the same thing?
Our first rendition.
See, so to her life. So
you see, whoever arranged the performances was off. It was off totally.
So running order and cry a mistake.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I'm told say
there is something I have to say. Train. Unim.
Your 10 minutes.
Meaning say mo amohwe wo fie no. Question we me to am.
Bisa fight up.
Enemy.
Me to am. Se mo yi manu a meka bibi. When he was on stage or for my young girl be Rose Flower. Did you see it on TV?
Yes, Mihun Flower.
Obi the man.
Mihun.
No. Or no Edema. About you Mihun. But or no for him gave it to somebody else. Or the man or baby or down. Live on TV?
Yeah, it came on
after.
TV. Oh, on TV. You saw it performance. Mihun so okra Flower.
But who say or the Mobi?
Ebi a me bo me ni pre no the man no dia because me
no, I'm saying that because oh yes, action. Now make sure say me who camera guy go so they missed that. They missed it.
Did I see it?
Apart from that, there were other classic scenes. I felt the camera guys lost it, which was bad.
We need a creative director. And Kawari Hezi Adi 10 times.
That was why. You see, that was why I told you say I feel well no. So I told you of these small things. There were a lot of funny, there were a lot of interesting pictures that I think Anke Kwabonti and Nkofini Beje. Where I was sitting, McBrown, what was his name? George Britton, they were very close. McBrown had time, no, none, camera guy, they didn't capture it.
You mean camera guys, as in from the Charterhouse?
Oh, I don't know,
or TV production. So
on TV.
That's why they knew inside.
No, but the Obusani said, "Obi na didn't phone try," and I said, "Because if the event
is produced for TV, I was paying
those things
to all these things."
Key moments, TV look at and say, "Onya exclusive shots."
Thank you.
Quickly, also Beso can be.
Yeah.
But let's do that under 1 minute.
Last minute situation. Honestly speaking, young artists say Jackie say. I usually feel say. and focus on live band because last minute you're good with live band. Tonight shocking me the entire open mind.
Whose decision was that?
Whose decision was that? The guy's voice is unique. What you say, and he's able to navigate with a live band like and a Jackie. Live band, everyone fee. And you'll be your best struggle. So who Crawfords are, especially how young they are, no, in order to build their confidence and that image over the years, no I have mistakes in the past, and now a legend, so why do you put them in that spotlight? Because me, sometimes it will ask you can say bonnet to Amekra, a boy and Kojame, sometimes Ramekoja, you know. What happened to him?
Yeah.
And I mean,
I actually felt bad around that time
for him. I was thinking, I'm not texting Abrant here.
What the problem was?
When he was texting, I was expecting that the text, whatever they were chatting, should be on the backdrop.
Oh, but
Debbie.
Which means on Amba TV. So because me in the studio, I saw it. In the auditorium. Oh wow, that's shocking.
And with all such, you know, that's why people were complaining. Say, now they are always still the time of Kunyano. Unko live banda. Even some beats no call to me. Started and inexperience or a very experienced at time I was missing we know. Obet my hoodie and you know. No, was starting freestyle. Was starting into the handlers and the producers of the show. And I'm a blame because this is a young chap. It worries me saying for passion because it's more affecting the confidence. And on no grounds should people do something of such to these young artists, especially last minute. Any Jackie.
Na me say the boss Kewechi. I was just reading his demeanor.
He was down.
You could see from Kewa's reaction said, but you know, as manager, he has to show face, he has to support till the show ends. I pray you would interact with him one day and ask him how he was feeling that very much because say you inside the crowd
oh yeah rap yeah raga one man live beats obi oh high life artist mama obi timi atoa osikona come
young winners no so let's do this in Mama will be out 2 minutes. This one, I'm in time because time now. So I'm into young Connie.
So
2 minutes.
Yeah, some predictions be. Meaning so who ya? Na one was say. Say me matnasi. Ashia and you see what I did was 2 weeks to events no. Me see almost every entertainment show will come. Twitter Spaces no, me come. Me could see the amount for can. And I may experience following the VGMA some years ago. I bought it at play. Intimate hall on the weekend. Nana, me share category and I'm way looking good. Now my shortly say I'll three. Then eventually I had to cancel some few ones out. Eventually, if I had used the first one I did around 1:38 p.m. now. And can make it trip. But eventually I had to listen to one of my Obi show. Now my shadow Obi this is making sense. In fact, I took 1 point from Nana Romeo. Reason I had to go and make Camido most popular song of the year. But fairly no, I think most of the award or more winning no deserve it. But album of the year was a shocker. It was a shocker because in the auditorium or more declare win an year I was like, yo. I won't say everybody because of course Kim Promise one of the fans so they will surely scream. But said me I meaning about 80% weren't happy with that. Even how Black Hole lost the hip hop artist of the year to Sarkodie. It's still a shocker. Because year now.
Oh, bro. No pressure to didn't do that. I'm happy for Amrado because you could tell saying that award to boost the confidence and I said to keep him going. So I was really happy for Perez music. It's not how can I say kind of elective, but it happens say actually guy in no touching a lot of hearts. And I'm even thinking, say, if there's a way for him to do a translation, even in Chi and any other local language.
I'll speak to him on that.
Rhythm, no.
I'll speak to him on that.
I bet many party I say more why he should be the songwriter of the year because in track record no Kofi Kinata, Familia, Baby. It's almost you do understand say he truly deserves it. But he promised need two now fine as a consolation prize bisa. Shut down once some count, but then no, it's something for him to show. What Chinebi say, no, so two more country be a friend of Ghana and awarding so yeah, we see what.
Okay, Nana.
Okay, me dear, quickly no, Adeba could be called so a mampe. About 80% of artists none of them came to take the flag. Maybe
performing, maybe so performing.
Performing.
No, say o performing we are
arrangement no cool here. You see what person dey fair. I was say you're putting in order. The NFS say can kasa be award. Na say can be fans. But almost 80% will be amba. You see mo yes na mo mai hu say award na kasa na say dey hia mu bi asa. Because Grammy abakwa akwaje.
And so you will have to check time performance because the category right after because only
back to running order.
Only
running order. If it's what you let, Mrs. Anyama we.
And our witness in the say they don't come in canon or canon. I think say we are at Emso Shadai say Omayama trees will be having a Jackie Sunya record of the year.
No, this is shocking cry.
And so then your kid went to me every crime.
When you
be medical, them names will be a bonny be there. One of their banner award the poor brepa, and what you be. But oh, yeah, dear. I'm rather so. People are saying, say, OTZ, strong man. I'm a strong man, cry.
Oh, my shadow.
Oh, strong man, I'm pet. Oh, say, Massa, yeah, to Kumasi boy, you might be SCC a dioting canal. Oh,
baby, any of
you'll be strong man.
No, wait. Obina strong.
It wasn't for Amrado.
It wasn't for Amrado. Obina tweeting.
I have it.
I forgot what the person said. No, I saw that tweet.
The way things are going, unless Otunfo creates an award for strong man, before man will win something in his career. Brokrom McMill has been doing music since 2013 and don't have even a coffee shop, a coffee cup. Music isn't about me rap it and me punch it only. And strong man reacted and said, bro, I have won a lot in my career. Man is building a mansion and an apartment at the same time. So if you want to tease me with awards, I will just be laughing too. After 2 years, when you come to Kumasi, you can come stay here for a year.
When you start to check.
Who? Why about Kumasi?
Because I know Amrado.
Because they have
all the people.
Oh, they are all Mike Bennett.
Oh. The fight for superiority.
My reservation, honestly speaking, the evening was going all right until says album of the year. Because you can't tell me there be, let's all jokes aside, Sanke bet my retrieve award back. Come to me GF promise for that Black. It doesn't make sense because you more bit my skip you the villain I never was. Like let's face reality. It's fine. You know, she said, can promise to break that jinx of not winning an award. No, no, contestable. But that's critical moment. That's artist of the year, Anka, Black Hoodie album of the year. Then, I feel it was a dark spot in the whole award.
Okay.
And Chata as I didn't Moshe. You asked me, well, would they come and ask me, say, did I vote? Is this part of is it an issue of voting? Do it them say can promise fans voting more and I say academy decision.
No, record of the year Angasa is an industry.
And record of the year, the album of the year.
Okay.
Record of the year, the Jackie and
I don't see a board industry. It's an industry. It's a board in academy.
Album of the year.
Yeah, it's a board in academy.
So,
it's not for the public.
The board and the academy. Are they telling me I say like a black hole? He didn't meet that standard a friend say and you better off than your friend saying can promise 5-star.
Okay.
Asama wake mudana meba. Mama fasa asemi so enfan through Emma VJ organizers and say if we are what now they should give us the voting pattern.
Exactly. That's what I'm coming.
Oh,
did
you see it?
So no, but voting party no. Are you saying say board the Emra Academy the Emra?
Exactly.
Consolidated.
Because you see, say a bar, I can tell you the effect of that 10% no mutima board no. I will tell you how it affected somebody from not winning an award.
Okay. Yeah, pon. So person can be near
quick. Me was some kakre bi kan na we dey adesede. Sorry, mama call me knees. Let me go on my knees.
Then I also.
I want to plead. Me pa say. Say be yes award show see and ye be show bi say. Na enwum wase. Na ebinum betina enim say see VIP o say VVIP o say the na artist in stage so. No performing.
No mun share.
No kita mu phones. No mo prepare.
Na camera so sa
power. Again plan on person mo chere. Talent ejina stage so. Performing. Nyumo and you say nyum no, unim no.
Yeah, nyum ni ngina no.
Oh boss, omunim nyum no.
Asa. Now, Jackie new song here. How many people know? Kiddy allied. You see, no matter what, most of them can't cry. Nipa hin and him allied.
You don't necessarily have to know the song to cheer the person.
It doesn't matter if your song, if you are not enjoying the song, if you are not enjoying the song, how do you cheer that?
Me say, sir, when you can and that song kwana akwana here. So oh yeah, other song.
Masa, I didn't ancho.
Please, we are pleading with you. When you come, show love to these guys because I know what it means. When they see you people on your feet,
it even sends to the adrenaline.
Some artists got them up.
Yes, where one, two, where they made artists so. Sir, you better watch you. Unim say until about Tuesday night, PSN kwana na opposite about it. Share VJ me no idea. The way unya MTV, unya BET awards na over 20 ayebo noise no. Esem VJ me no so amonya sa. Three music so amonya sa because say nyina ya moama awards yi enyini a. Ebe me because me I was wondering what was stopping Black Omu from posting. Iti me the hits kakra ko so and they posted. But we use our PSN Black of Free Mama Kenya Manchester.
Nigeria, it was
why?
And you know, boy, bad 3 minutes crash on our best stage. You see,
and we can crowd some top. Industry man be sending me photo be of Camidua when your nomination or MTV Awards were posted so young voting man. But VDMA. I say you if you say
if you are not Nigeria so big
okay
Nigeria no balance and no
Caleb Niboy works with 3FM but Duchuma Boatin is an entertainment journalist. Nana Romeo is with Accra FM. Ambassador Romeo is an event organizer. Production works by Hazel Nijina camera we say Sandra Wahasi in the control room. Ahiale Eben and the show directed by GhanaWeb Monidi. Dr. Sankuma. Director is Dr. Sankuma. Thank you so much for watching this special episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. We'll come your way some other time with yet another riveting conversation on issues relating to the arts and entertainment. Yes, of course, with a touch of wit. Midi de Benefo Boabin Abrant.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't know one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wanton, and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
We control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. Daswani, I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
Thank
very
you
well.
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I see you've been in Ghana for, like, should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which is which? Which one?
I love wache. I
Okay.
like jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh, wow.
I don't know
That's
if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes.
Oh,
I like
that's nice.
good light soup.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired, and luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had three options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh,
We
okay.
we just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, did you dream of having such a big space or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. And we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building a residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. Yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing? I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just... Yes.
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very
yes,
important.
Yes,
You should always have the right team for your business to
yes.
help it spread and
Yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
Yeah. So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
Yes.
children,
Yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean, your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company. And construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. So there's a lot of like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house. And I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired growing up people that would get passive income. Like I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly
Who are your
diaspora.
targets? Okay.
from the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly, I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, you know, we do want to protect your investment. And I think having the, let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell, it would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors, you know.
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversation so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the palm street, and as you can see, you have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all of that. So basically, that is the vision. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, and one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the Greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. Okay. That is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. And so whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. I mean, the vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source all materials also from here in Ghana. Yes.
Okay. I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay. Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, I mean, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, you know, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. I mean, we have gray, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a gray. But so it just, you know, blends in. It gives you a very bright, you know, community.
Okay. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy? Okay.
So maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. We have a gymnasium.
Okay.
We have a multi-purpose court. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. We'll go and see that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
How much went into all these? What plans went into putting these edifices?
Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2 bed terraces. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything: 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3, and then ongoing we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well. It's very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, you know, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have, and so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our, you know, phase 3. You have your parking to your left here. You have the building there. You can go all around the building. You have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly. So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of, you know, additions to it. You have spaces for families to sit around for families. You have a lot of greenery around there. So there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses as we speak. We are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
Rush while the deal is still hot. Exactly. Okay, that's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3. I want to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what, you know, the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym. And then you have also a multi-purpose hall and a swimming pool. Okay. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is a recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool, I think that's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about
that's
up
the bar,
there.
exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you, but we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to doing some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give you very good,
yes, I was
good
going to
ratings.
ask if you do Airbnb.
Exactly.
Okay, so take us around
okay.
and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow, even for babies. You can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes, I mean
units?
This is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Okay, sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
yeah, I see.
And then up here is our open, rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there
so
to look at it.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of this.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so maybe if
we can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here.
Yeah.
Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up.
Moving.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade, and then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms.
Okay.
We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors.
Okay.
It gives you a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Exactly, play from
here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here?
Yes. So what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside, and so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space, while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. It's, as you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we're also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the, the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. So that when there's blackout, you still have, you know, some lighting.
That's good. Yes. That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate you're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon. And I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talk into us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So, I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at by June of this year we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see. Open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
So as
do
our
that?
tagline goes, refined living. What we try to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway.
Okay.
So all our drainages are underground. And then as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there are blackouts, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters, and then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting.
Okay, so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after, nature, so cedar is the form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly, so this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes. So
should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3 meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes, so very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing
a lot of people like these colors. Exactly.
Yes.
So what we have done, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door. Similarly, we have one to your right.
Okay.
Exactly. So that is what we call, it gives you cross ventilation. So you don't always need to have your ACs on. You can just, shift one door here, slide another one here. You have a mosquito netting here, so you can just slide, and then you enjoy the fresh air. Okay. It also gives you a lot of lighting into the house, so you don't have to always put on your artificial lighting. So
I see a lot of modern decorations. I mean, with regards to the ceilings, the lightnings, the tiles. I was looking at something on Facebook actually, and people were teasing landlords or complaining about landlords that they use a lot of brown and those multicolored kind of tiles. But I see this is quite different for their buildings. So
simplicity, they say, it's the way to go.
Okay. So does the client have an option to have a furnished house?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we are very open. We are very open. So if you want us to furnish for you, we can also do that for you. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the TV sits here, and then the couch.
The couch here.
Okay. All right. So we go upstairs.
Yeah, we can. Let me show you the kitchen.
Okay.
You want to enjoy my sofa?
Yes, I do. It actually looks cozy.
Yes, it is.
Oh wow. You could sleep here, take a nap, even spend the night here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
and I think it's even spacious for family gatherings.
Exactly.
And all. Exactly. Okay, so a space like what was the space?
So this is about 30 square meters here.
Okay.
For the dining and then the living area.
All right. That's nice. Let's move on to the next. I can't wait to see what you have in store.
Oh, okay. So let me show you what we have here on the ground floor.
Okay.
So we have a guest washroom to your left.
This is it?
Yes.
Okay.
And a guest washroom here.
Oh, okay.
Very beautiful.
Well, this is what some people call the powder room, I guess.
Yes, the powder room, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Let me have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay, it's quite spacious, not really small.
Yes.
You know, the door is deceptive. It looks quite tiny, so yes, yeah. So next, I see the kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Okay.
So we furnished the kitchen for you. We give you an extractor. It comes with the gas.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, yes. So
and these are the storage spaces.
These are the storage spaces, yes.
Okay. Quite spacious.
Yes. And to your left, you have a storeroom.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a storeroom here. That houses your washing machine. Oh. And then the solar inverter is also kept in here.
Oh, okay.
If you want us to do some additions for you in terms of shelves, that can also be done. So
there's an option for renovation.
Oh yeah, I mean additions.
Okay,
we are
additions.
For additions.
Oh, okay. Okay, so where does this door lead to?
This actually takes you to the backyard.
Okay, but let's finish with the yes. Okay. So I see the same tiles you use for the hall is what you are using.
We carry the same tiles
throughout every
space.
The
space, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So
all right. How safe is this?
Very safe.
The glass panels.
This is about 10 mm thick glass.
Okay.
10 mm thick glass is very quite tight, and then we also have the option of metal hand railing.
Okay.
So whichever one you choose, we can do that for you.
Sure.
So here is a master bedroom.
Oh.
So this is a master bedroom.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is a master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is a master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh, well, closet. Okay, that's a queen size bed.
Yes.
Oh wow.
And then you have the washroom to your right.
Okay.
Also quite spacious. And then we give you a balcony here.
Okay. Oh.
So you can enjoy.
This one there, face me, I face you. That's nice. It's quite airy here.
Very.
Yeah.
Very airy. Yeah.
It's quite airy.
Very airy.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the washroom.
Yeah, that's the washroom. Yes.
Okay. All right. So we move on to the next room.
Yes. So we have two other bedrooms, all en suite.
Okay.
So one to your right here.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
This is quite smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Oh, another built-in closet.
Exactly. All the rooms comes with that.
Okay. So that's the last bedroom.
That's the last bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. I see two beds.
Yes.
So for like a kid's room, right?
Kids' room.
Children's
exactly.
room.
Yes.
Oh, well, I didn't feel all the beds.
Yes.
That's a clean space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the units.
Yes.
How is the units, or how are the units like? 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom?
Yes. So we start from 1 bed.
Okay.
As I showed you at the recreational area.
Yeah.
And then 2 beds. We also have 3 beds. We have some variety in the 3 beds. We have the cedar. We have another unit, another 3 bedroom known as the oak as well. Those are under construction. And then we have the 4 bedroom known as the cypress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So,
okay.
This is the parking lot.
Oh.
The parking lot.
So how many cars can fit?
You can fit 2 cars actually.
Okay.
2 SUVs can even fit here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks small.
It's a 3.5. The average car size width is about 2.5. So you still have space to move around.
Okay. Yeah. And the payment plan?
Yes.
Yes. How is it like? If I want to purchase?
Yes. As I indicated, I mean, we are very open. We have self-financing where we give clients up to, say, 1 year. Exactly. We also have accept mortgage. Exactly. And then when you're doing self-finance, as I indicated, I mean, within a period of, say, 6 to 1 year, I mean, we can consider that. Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you make a lump sum in the first month?
Yes. So what we'll do
What's the
is
percentage?
Okay. So what we do is that you do a 30%, between 30 and 40% down payment, and then the rest, if you're doing self-financing, is spread for you between 6 and 1 year. And then if you're doing a mortgage, depending on your income and your commitments, the bank can look at 80%, and you do a down payment of 20%. The bank disburses the 80% when you have made your payment, and when the house is also completed, the bank does they do the payment of the 80% for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's
and
quite flexible.
For Ghanaians, I think you can get between 5 to 15 years on your mortgage in terms of payback period. Yeah.
So for how many homeowners do you have? Out of the 108?
Living here?
Yes, living here.
In and out, we have almost about, say, 30.
Oh.
And we have clients who live abroad, so they come in and go. And then we still have some residents also in there. Yeah.
Okay. And finally, what sets you apart? So we are going. This is still the backyard.
This is the backyard.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should give a full tour of the house.
So one thing I need to mention is the cedar.
Okay.
It also comes with an out room. Yeah.
This is an out room. What's it for?
So if you have a house help, you can.
Okay.
A single, let's say, student bed can fit in here because it has its own washroom.
Oh, it has a washroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you want to also say set up an office space, you can also hide away from the kids.
All right. Okay, that's nice. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. Okay. So finally, whilst we are moving out of the house, what differentiates the Greens from other real estate companies?
Well, what I would say is that we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money. In terms of payment terms, we are very flexible. The construction itself, I mean, some estate developers are averse to taking people around to see the start of the construction. But we are very open. We wish that people come here to see the construction right from the onset. I mean, the convention here is that people use blocks in the foundation, but we use concrete solely for the foundation. From foundation all up, we use concrete for the foundation. And the block, we produce it ourselves just to satisfy ourselves that we are giving you quality. And then our materials are carefully sourced, from the right sources. It's not like we want to cut corners. No, we don't do that. So that is what actually set us apart from others.
Okay, but I want to take you back just slightly about the housing units. What's the range from the lowest to the highest?
Okay, so our pricing, as I indicated earlier, start from 110,000 to 262,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nyarko, for joining us on Business Moment. It's been lovely having you take us on a tour to your project and as well as a showroom house. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of another interesting conversation on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest was the Greens Estate. If you are interested in owning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 or even 4, the right place to go is the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25. Also, if you're a business owner and you are interested in being featured on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, see the numbers below and give us a call. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos. My name is Yaa Brefo. Thanks for watching.
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre
Mommy, you fish can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabra yan shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With the send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't make one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
The waterfall actually is a combination of 3 running streams, of which the main source is Ote.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is the stream that supplies the majority of the water falling.
The Ote.
Yes.
After climbing down 259 steps to experience our Mejofe canopy walkway, we now have about 20 more steps down and a few others up to enjoy the Ote waterfalls.
Mejofe tour series here in the Volta region. This is People and Places, and we are doing this in collaboration with the Volta Regional Tourism Authority on their campaign Visit Volta, Experience Volta, and Share Volta. Today we are at the Ote Waterfalls, and we'll get you the details in a bit. Our tour guide is all the way up there, so we'll get to meeting him and continue with the conversation. My name is Wanda Amihagan.
The water was so cool that we dropped bottles of water which had become too hot to drink in it when we got here. And within a space of 15 minutes, they were cool enough for us to drink.
I'm going to take my shoes off and then dip my feet in the water while we have the rest of the conversation.
How is it?
It's very cold, but it's refreshing. Okay.
Hope you like that.
Yeah.
What's your phone?
Okay, sure. So, Daniel, please, let's talk the rest of the conversation.
Yeah.
You have to
Ready?
join me here, if you don't mind.
I
You can
have to
sit here.
sit?
Yes.
Okay.
So, this waterfall, was it discovered, or it just happened that people started coming here?
It was discovered.
Okay, by who?
There is this hunter that discovered it, and he's called Zando.
Zando.
Yes. On one of his hunting expeditions, he happened to shoot at an animal that didn't die immediately, and then tried to run away from him, but it fell this way. So he traced it down this end, and then he find the waterfall here.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Was he an inhabitant of?
Yes, a native of this community.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It sounds a little like the Bosom Tree story. Yeah, but that's an interesting story. So the discoverer of this place is Zando.
Zando.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
And so the waterfall actually is is a combination of 3 running streams, of which the main source is Ote.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is the stream that supplies the majority of the water falling.
The Ote.
Yes, but yes, Ote.
So where does it come from?
Well,
What's
the water bodies we have here are all spring waters.
Oh, okay.
Yes, because of the height, there's no other running up here. So there are spring waters. That is why at the dry season, the water level reduces. Yes, because it can't spring out very fast. But in the rainy season, it springs out more. Yes. That is why the falls is a seasonal fall. It falls plenty at the rainy season. Yes.
And then it goes dry in the dry season.
In the dry season, but not entirely.
So there's always some amount of
There is
water.
always some amount. You are lucky yesterday we had a rainfall.
That's why
That
it's
is why
flowing a bit.
it is even this much.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then we have a lower and upper fall. Yes.
I'm
So
assuming this is the upper one.
This is the upper one. So this water flows again down to the lower one. Yes, which we may not be able to do today. So skip it.
Some other time when we come here.
Yes.
But people actually go down there, right?
Yes, they do.
How easy is it compared to this
Well,
place?
if you want to do both the upper and the lower, then it should take you the whole day.
Wow.
Yes.
The whole day, as in from morning.
From morning to maybe somewhere in the afternoon.
Wow.
Yes. Because the descendings and ascendings are not easy. Yes. You have also to eat so much and have
Gain your
energy.
strength.
You have to be prepared for it.
Wow.
Yes.
So you can say it's only for the very strong.
Very strong, but the fainted can also do gradually.
I like that. I like that. So the faint-hearted like us, I mean, those who cannot go all the way.
Yes.
Daniel says you can still try it. I mean, but gradually.
Gradually.
So you can still give it a try. There's no harm in trying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I would say it's a very nice place. You can also swim, but unfortunately, because of the rocky nature of the place, you couldn't make deep pools. Yeah, that is why sometimes at the rainy season, where we have much of the water, you could only float on it. Yes, or play in it. But from here, you could have natural shower.
So you can just stand under that and then have the water.
Have your shower. Yes, very refreshing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. And these insects in the water, you say they are not harmful, right?
They are not harmful, but whenever they realize the water is muddy at certain points, they run there to make it clean. Yes.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Right. So how often do people come here?
Well, it's seasonal though, but weekends are free time for visitors.
So people come here more often
during weekends.
And holidays.
And then holidays. Yes, holidays. We've been having so many people. Unlike the past Christmas holidays, there were so many people here. A lot of them. Yes.
I see. So this place is a fantastic place to just come, sit, have some breeze. If you want to snack, you can play music. You can just sit and relax. He also mentioned that you can stand there and just get the water flowing down when the water is a lot, you know. So just try visiting the Ote waterfalls. One more thing, what does Ote mean? Which language is
Ote is the name of the stream anyway, but it is derived from our dialect, Sideme, which means Sideme. Yes, okay. Which means it doesn't dry.
Oh, okay.
So the main word is Oriti. It doesn't dry.
It's also one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Oriti.
pretty.
And then so
it doesn't dry.
It's been what do they call that? Diluted to become ote.
Ote.
Right.
Yes. Always.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's sell the Ote waterfall to Ghanaians. Why should anyone visit Ote waterfall?
In fact, anyone who would want to come here, we would welcome the person. It is not difficult descending down here. Rather, it is welcoming and breathtaking. Yes, you can come, relax, and read your books as well. And feel free, have your shower, you refresh your body. Yeah.
You heard it for yourself. But how much would anyone have to pay, adults and the little ones, if they want to visit this place?
Well, adults are now paying 30 cedis because it's a package now. I should say so. So adults pay 30 cedis. Tertiary students pay 20 cedis. That is those with valid ID cards. And the lower primary schools pay 5 cedis.
So 30 cedis for adults, 20 cedis for
for
tertiary
students
with an ID card,
Yeah.
and then
10 cedi for second cycle,
lower, okay,
and 5 cedi for
5 cedis for lower
Yes.
primary. Okay. So that's it. See, very affordable. I'm sure you can afford it.
Sure.
30 cedis, 20 cedis, 10 cedis, and 5 cedis. So save some money and come and visit this place sometime. I can tell you on authority that you have fun. So it's not just the waterfalls, it's also the experience of descending down to this place. And then the whole canopy walk experience up there. So from down here you can still see the canopy walk up there. So it's a package. Try, make some time and come and visit. But thank you, Daniel, so much for telling us about this place and for making time with people and places.
Thank
We
you
had
so
fun.
much.
All
Thank you
right.
for coming.
And I'm sure, as always, you also had some fun. We wanted to do more, actually go further down to explore the lower waterfalls and then other caves which were down there, but we were too tired. So at this point, we decided to go back up, and this was something most of us dreaded. We made some stops along the way because some of us were obviously not fit enough to make this journey back at a go. So after all the fun and adventure, we finally made it to the top. And I'm so glad that you could do this together with us. I, for certain, had a lot of fun. So you should try to make some time and come here to experience the Ote waterfalls for yourself. This is People and Places. My name is Wanda Amihagan, and thank you for joining us. See you next time.
so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu Sang Pine, be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Decided to bring Sister Derby into the conversation.
I didn't decide. Yeah.
Well, you
brought.
Her. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about her new music with medical?
It's very bad. She has done a bad thing.
guys, my name is Doreen Abanma Araya, and you are locked with me here on Talk Entertainment. Today, I have with me an interesting man, and he is someone who doesn't really conform to the norms. But then, not in the way you were thinking. But before anything else, let's go right into the conversation, and you get to know who my guest is. Welcome, One Love.
Thank you, Doreen.
It's actually a pleasure to have you here today.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like the view.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like a section of different parts of Accra. You have bush, you have world uncompleted, you have like oil company, you have everything going on.
Yeah.
High tension cables, coconut trees, palm trees.
Yeah. It's left with only the beach. We just didn't have that one.
Yeah.
It would have been really nice to see.
Yeah, a beach and a small mountain.
That one too.
A tiny mountain.
Ah, and I'm sure we would have hiked. It would have been really good. But do you age at all? Because I've known you
I
since
aged a lot.
way back, and you don't because you look amazing. It's like
Thank you.
evergreen.
Thank you. I don't allow stress to have my personal line.
That's why I said you are controversial, but not in the way that people think. You know, you don't conform. You just live your life free from everything that people are thinking.
I try to.
You try to.
Yeah.
But anybody that'll see One Love will be like, One Love doesn't have a problem.
You already know one of my problems.
The folding pizza?
Yeah, the self-folding, suspending
Anyway, if you're
pizza.
missing out, One Love said one of his problems is, you know, he wants to get a very delicious pizza that will appear from somewhere and be folding itself and then entering his mouth. That's one of his problems. And I don't know how that is a problem.
My main problem.
Your main problem.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get into the conversation.
Cool.
One Love, how would you describe, you know, your lifestyle? Your personality, you as a whole.
My lifestyle is I'm just trying to be as comfortable as possible with myself without oppressing people with it, you know, or feeling like I'm oppressing people with it. Like on my way here, I ride a motorcycle because I've realized that I'm not gonna own a car in a city where there's traffic. It's something I'm never gonna do. Because the way I live my life in music and in art and the way I float around things, I feel like the only vehicle for me in Accra would be a bicycle, motorcycle, yeah, something like that, or helicopter. So, yeah, I just try to meander. But I was talking about on the way here, I was on a motorcycle and I was going behind a military truck. I have a problem with the military because of what they did during the lockdown in Ashaiman and what they're doing now in Ashaiman. I don't feel like they're moving correct. But the people in the truck, I heard them saying, because some of them didn't know it was me. And they're saying, "I send away in the top now. But it's hot. I don't want to sweat. If I wear a shirt and I go here, I'll be sweating, I think. Or if nothing at all, because of the sun, my arms from here to here will get darker, and then this part of my body will be lighter. So when I take off my clothes, I'll look like I'm wearing a skin t-shirt, and I don't think that's cool. So I try anytime I'm in the sun to expose most of my body as possible.
So you evenly tan your body.
I try to, like, currently because of short or the small skirts I wear, this part of my area is like in Sawam sugar bread. It's really soft and white. And yeah. And so any chance I get, when I go to friends that have big compounds and they don't really have neighbors that can see in the compound, I walk around naked so that the sun shines everywhere. I even lie on my back and raise my legs and spread myself sometimes for the sun to shine.
This is what I'm saying, guys. He's controversial, but not the way that he thinks.
No, just to have this thing. I mean, just look here. Look.
Yeah.
It's too much. For me, for my eyes, like, come on.
I can't even help
So the world is a very strange place because there are people who are going in the other direction. People are like, hey, we able say now pay.
Right.
Pay umbrella beer.
And I would say you share.
And me, I want to be like, I'm not secretly, I've said it before, I am jealous of mad people.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm like, why are you walking naked and nobody cares? Like, I wish if I was walking naked right now, I think people, maybe if I do it for a long time, they'll stop caring.
Right. Just like how you.
Hey, I'm getting an idea. You know, they were saying that if I was like a fully black person, that they would say I'm mad because I'm not. But when people are working on buildings, the masons, carpenters and stuff, they take off their shirts to work. You know, the human body is like an air conditioning system. You know, you sweat so that the breeze that comes in contact with the sweat rapidly cools your body down. But when you're wearing a t-shirt or when you're wearing clothes and the wind blows against the clothes which have soaked the sweat, it doesn't have the same effect. So if you are walking around with no shirts and moving, running, whatever, you sweat less than if you're wearing a shirt and running around because that air con is not being blocked. But I was saying I'm jealous of mad people because, you know, they can walk around naked.
But not you.
I can, but I don't know what will happen in the first few weeks. I think I need to have enough money in case I'm arrested for public nudity. But until they realize that maybe I do have a mental problem, they won't leave me alone.
And you do have a mental problem.
I'll have to fake a mental problem, you see?
But you know this is on camera.
Yeah, no, it's fine, but it can happen that I really did go mad later. So even if it's on camera, it doesn't matter. I'll be able to do it enough to where they'll believe it, even though they've seen this interview. They'll be like, no, I know he was planning it, but this one is real.
This one is true.
Yeah.
And how is music? How is music going? Because you've been in the music industry for over a decade.
About 55 years in the music.
And how old are you?
69. No.
You see, you had to think before actually giving me
No, think of a nice number. I've been doing, professionally, I started in 2005.
Oh, not 7 actually, because your first album was released in
7.
2007.
Yeah.
And I think the name was Green Card?
Yeah.
Green Card in 2007.
Yeah. So, a while, almost 15, maybe more. Yeah. But you know, it's a short time. Yeah, not for musicians. It's a short time for most musicians, really, because it's one of the hardest jobs in the world. If you want, I was listening to Panjianov talk about it. He was saying that if you want an easy job, then you should take maybe medicine, doctor or lawyer, because in 10 years you are guaranteed to be at a level making that successful salary, right? In 10 years it's almost guaranteed. So you have way more doctors than you have successful musicians. And for a musician, 10 years is just when you are now like establishing yourself, you know? So it's one of the hardest jobs, really, and you don't have hours. You're always working. You don't have like off hours, really.
You always have to keep.
Yeah, it's not have. It drives, something drives you to do that. So, I think at every point in time, artists need to like refresh, rebrand. And I'm thinking of a new name to use.
New name?
Yeah, I'm thinking
because there was, Fucking Boys. And then there was One Love, the Kobolo. Mensa also did his own thing.
Yeah, those like still existing, but I think like for my new stuff, I need to come with a new name. I'm thinking of SDB.
Hey, what does that mean?
Like nowadays, a lot of people walk up to me. Yeah. It doesn't mean serious dadaba, which could also apply, but it stands for Sister Deborah's brother. Because a lot of people see me now and they're like, oh wow, I want to take a picture with you. You are Sister Deborah's brother.
But you are also a whole brand.
Yeah, but they are associating me more as the brother. Okay. So I have to take advantage of that brand and start calling myself SDB. Sister Derby's bro.
Interesting. And now that you've decided to bring Sister Derby into the conversation.
I didn't decide. Yeah.
Well, you
brought
her. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
So how do you feel, about her new music with medical?
It's very bad. She has done a bad thing. No, I'm not. No, what are you talking about? No, I enjoy it. It was a pleasant surprise for me because she didn't tell me.
Whoa.
Yes, she
Not
didn't.
even you.
I didn't know.
I thought the only one shocked.
No. I didn't know. I mean, I've been away for some time.
Yeah.
So, all I remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was Blinks. Blinks sent me a message that he's seen a flyer going around of trophies and called the trophy and something featuring Sister Deborah. But is it true? So that I informed Deborah.
Like 2 weeks ago or probably a week ago.
Yeah. So I forwarded the flyer to Deborah, and then she just responded with the song. So I listened to it, and I was like, "Wow, is there a video? Like, we should shoot something." So we've already shot something. I was like, "Oh, okay."
And you were in the dark.
Yeah. Double.
It looks like she wanted it to come as a surprise.
Oh no, that's how Deborah is. Unless she needs some kind of help somewhere along the way, she does a lot of things on her own.
Very independent.
Yeah, super.
Wow.
Yeah. She doesn't like people knowing like what she's doing. Even where are you going, crash? She doesn't answer most of that. She just say I'll be back by 2 or something. She won't tell you where she's going. Yeah.
So where's Mensa now?
Mensa is sitting in his. I was going to give the whole address. He was sitting in his house in Gravesend in South London.
South London?
Yeah, we just had a Zoom right now with some people from Poland before I came here. That was my meeting before this one.
And I recently checked up on the recent collab you guys did. I think it was a long time ago, but it was recently released. Whether it was a music film, I don't know how to actually...
Oh, because of money, yeah.
Yeah, because of money.
Oh, you watched it?
I have.
Really?
I have.
Some or all?
Oh, I've watched up to, I think, more
some.
than 40 minutes.
Some. You watched
some. You guys more content or and I saw that graphic where Black Rastas ate in the toilet.
I've never seen the film, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Should I show you?
No.
That means you are aware.
No, I just don't want to see
That means you are aware.
toilet.
And that actually pushes me to that question.
I don't want to see toilet.
Oh God. You guys were, in the beginning of the two, you guys actually emerged from, this public toilet.
What's the local name for public toilet?
One Love. This is about you. This is about you. And then I saw, you didn't even name...
Shitum.
Shitum. Yo. So that means you know what I'm talking about.
Shitum.
But
but I just know what public toilet is. Yeah.
And then it was quite interesting to see Black Rasta's name was printed on the graphic.
Oh, I have to go and watch this again to be sure. I can't recall.
You can.
Yeah.
But then I know there was an altercation between you guys.
Oh yeah, I mean we used to have some banter back in the day, so it was just part of our back and forth. Yeah, but since I chopped slap, I've stopped.
He apologized.
I'm not into turning the other cheek, so I just chopped it like that.
But he apologized about 4 days ago.
I saw online. I wonder if it was a condition for a grant or something.
No.
I'm just
Yeah, but I actually wanted to go a bit into that because many of us who were into, they are
born. You ain't born.
Some of us were very young then.
Pampers.
Some of us. I'm not part of them because me, I'm a grandma.
Oh,
I'm talking for my youth, the generation. What really transpired? Because he said his story, and a publication in 2013. You said you've partially forgiven him.
Partially. Maybe I was still in pain.
Oh,
no.
Now you are.
Partially, yeah. I don't remember that. That's age. I used to be petty like that, to be doing partial forgiveness.
So have you forgiven him fully?
Oh, long time, yeah. Even the recent was a surprise to me. I was like, hey, because I've forgotten about it. Yeah.
Forgotten about it.
Yeah, for the most part.
Anyways, guys, that conversation is getting interesting. One Love is giving me so many interesting juicy details, but there's still more to come. Let's go for a quick commercial break, and I'll be right back. Doreen Abanmabaya, and I'm still here, locked down with One Love the Kobolo. One Love is actually making me giggle so much, I don't want to even get into it. Our conversation has been juicy so far. One Love, being in the music industry for over a decade, what difference do
For
you
just
see?
a decade.
Over a decade.
But just a decade.
But just a decade. What is the difference from then and now?
I feel the biggest difference is the access to recording spaces or equipment, or to the knowledge. Because of the internet, you can learn a lot about recording, mixing, mastering online. You can disseminate your music easier. You can get it out there in the world. You know, you can cross borders easier. So I feel like it has made it's easier for creatives to create and put out. It's just because it's easy. The trade-off is maybe the quality is dropping, the focus is a bit too thin, it's not, you know, tight. And so there's an offset to it. But the biggest thing is that artists no longer have to go into huge studios and book studio time and record and so on, which is still good depending on the kind of sound or what you want. But just on your phone, Android, iPhone, whatever phone, you can download software, pay for it, $5, $10, where you can record your vocals, you can produce beats, everything, mix, master, everything on the phone and upload it somewhere.
Without going into the studio.
Yeah.
So then and now, I'm sure you prefer now compared to before.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really recording much then. I kind of entered during the computer time. So I think I'll prefer now because, you know, like then there was like Napster, iTunes had just come. There's just a few avenues and the websites and the user interfaces were not that developed and customizable, you know. But now so many different platforms you can send your music to and YouTube and all this stuff. So it's a better time now if you are focused and you are bent on putting out quality and like putting your spirit in what you're doing. It's a better time now, I feel.
You know, doing music, you know, your song has actually touched on a lot of topics, more of recycling. There was one I listened, rape. It's like you get so creative with your song. You think about something, you pick it, and then you write on it. You know, rape, recycling. Which other one was it? Gay activism. That takes me to that question. So, being a pro-gay activist, would you be okay, you know, to? But well, before I get into that, have you read the gay bill?
Some of it.
And I'm sure you have a fair idea of how it's actually going.
Yeah.
So far, have you ever considered, you know, that in a society that you preach morals, they should change their ways, ask for a woman for her consent, so it doesn't become like, hey, I want to sleep with you, and she says no, you force your way. I listened to your song. I've listened to all 13 tracks, and I love them.
White card, okay.
Right, white card. And in a society that morally doesn't accept gays, how are you actually doing it? Will you be okay if your child goes and say, Dad, I think I'm gay? You know?
Yeah, I think the first mistake is thinking that our society or Africans haven't accepted being queer morally. We have always had queer people among us for time immemorial. It is just the poverty now that is making people focus on disenfranchised members of the society. That's what's happening now. People, like the average Ghanaian, feels oppressed by the system and feels like, why should someone that they see as a sinner or not morally upright also dare to want rights, when the average Ghanaian themselves doesn't have any rights as a human being. You are mistreated by, you know, the laws of the land, by salaries. There's so many ways that we are not getting our dues and our human rights as human beings. And so that we have found a group of people that we feel are below us, and so how dare they want to be getting the same rights as us. That's how I see the whole thing, because for me, I don't see any difference, you know, between us in humanity, sexually, physically, gender-wise. I don't see why that should be any focus of any human being's, you know, situation, when we have a whole lot of real problems. And not to say that that's a problem. I don't see it as a problem at all. There's so many things going on that we turn a blind eye to. There are children being molested, abused, and this, of course, 90% will be heterosexual, you know, people that are molesting and abusing children. There's so much sickness going on. There's so much poverty, corruption. Those are the things that if we tackle, Ghana will get better. If we stopped everybody, if it's possible, even, because it's not possible, from being queer, tomorrow, which of Ghana's problems will be solved? It's not queer people that are leaving potholes on the road. It's not queer people who are making places run out of vaccines. It's not queer people who are, you know, like selling the country. They're just normal people in their places. But the government and the religious societies and so-called morally upright Ghanaians are using the queer community as a scapegoat just to divert us from them doing their real jobs.
But you know, this queer LGBTQ situation, it's not just in Ghana. You know, it's all around the world. Even in the advanced world where people think it's, you know, it's okay, there are still many people who don't support it. But then, you know, if you talk about it being some of the problems where it being a way for the government to trample on people's rights, that I don't think I really quite agree.
It is. I mean, it's not about, I mean, I know, like, from the kind of research I've done and the societies in which people, you see, if we take America and the fact that they're taking away rights from trans people and even women who want to have abortions, these rights are being taken from them by the government because of the push of religious bodies. Not from an average non-religious person who just wants to live their life. These are the agendas of religious bodies, mostly Christian and Islamic, that want a certain kind of maiden's tale existence of life. In life, there's also always supposed to be a man, a woman, children. The woman should stay in the house. That kind of Mormon Christian existence. So if you look across the board, like around the globe, most of the developed countries, quotes unquote, but we call them developed because they've underdeveloped us by taking our resources. That's how they've advanced. Most of these countries where queer rights are being oppressed, you will notice that the forces behind it are purely religious. They just have money, they lobby in governments and pay people in governments to make bills to oppress, you know, queer people. And there's one group in Texas called the Western Congress of Families that are behind the bills in Uganda, Poland, Hungary, Ghana. You know, it's church bodies pushing their religious views on people, you know. And for the ministers that are here pushing this bill, it's some chop money for them. They are talking about homosexuality being a Western thing, but they are receiving Western money to fight against their own fellow citizens in this country who have done them no harm, who actually are waiting on them to do the job they signed up for, to look out for Ghanaians, fix the roads, provide water, hospital, school. They are not doing that work. They are rather coming to oppress you, a taxpayer, about your lifestyle in your bedroom, just as a distraction from doing the actual job. That's how I see it. Like, there's nothing good that's going to happen in Ghana the day after all queer people have stopped being queer or disappear.
But why are you touching more on the queer?
What do you mean?
When there's the gay, the lesbian.
That's what queer is. Queer is all the sexualities.
Okay,
yeah.
All the sexualities then.
Queer is gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans, all that is under queer.
Under one umbrella.
Yeah,
That's
intersex.
Those who actually don't have knowledge on what the LGBTQ is. you know, females being lesbians, men being gay, and, you know, people saying, oh, I love this kind of person because of this kind of reason. The big umbrella is the queer. So
yeah,
One Love is talking more about queer. That's what it's about.
it's everybody. Yeah.
Now to your child.
Yeah, so even I have a daughter who is currently infatuated with another girl. And I don't see anything wrong with that. Like, she likes this girl. That's what her mom told me. And I asked her.
How old is
said,
she?
She's 11.
Wow.
You know, and I don't see anything wrong with that because, again, sexuality and gender, I feel, is fluid, and I feel like human beings must do what they want to do as long as it's not affecting someone else's life. You see what I'm saying? Like, nobody can tell me how a queer person is causing them problems in this country. I can tell you 10 reasons. Yeah, unless it's a queer person in government, then I can say that this person is chopping someone's money.
It looks like your support for, you know, the LGBTQ community is so strong.
What do you mean? It's just
all human beings.
Yeah, everybody's a human being. Yeah. So if I see.
You're trying to say if anybody's doing anything, it should be a heterosexual person.
No. That's not. I didn't say that. Okay, I said unless the person is in government and they are queer, then they'll say that, oh, this person is doing this bad thing because they are queer. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Like, the queerness is just a side issue. Right. Is the person a good person or a bad person? Right. So if there's a queer person being beaten outside right now okay, you shouldn't beat people in public, you should go to the police station and stuff. But if there's a queer person being prosecuted for taking part in pedophilia, there's no way I'm going to support the person because the person is a bad person for taking advantage of a child. You know, for raping a child. That's a different thing.
Okay, so what you actually stand for is, you know, leave people to live their free lives.
As long as they're not, as long as they're not bothering you.
Just leave them to.
Yeah, you know, okay. Because, and people talk about, you know, there's this fallacy that if we allow people to just be free, that they're going to be having sex on the streets outside in front of us. But heterosexual people are not, I don't see that, you know, happening to an extent, unless you go to some crazy place like Mardi Gras and the rest, where you see heterosexual people doing it. But also, the fact that they say that if they see a lot of queer people, then the children will also start becoming queer. We have watched heterosexual films and seen heterosexuality around us all our life. And still there are people who are becoming queer. So how is that, why didn't that keep everybody heterosexual up to now, you know? Why isn't everybody heterosexual because all we've been consuming so far has been heterosexual content, you know? So I don't believe in this thing that everybody's going to start becoming more gay. People will become more free, but if you're not gay, you cannot become gay. You can't.
You heard it from One Love. The plan isn't to trample on their rights, the queer rights. He wants people to be left alone to be who they want to be. And like you heard from him, he has a daughter who's 11 years old that actually is infatuated about another girl. This interesting conversation just came to an end. But then we'll be bringing you a part 2 next week. My name is Doreen Abanama.